Chapter 218. Emoting didn't explain. In any case, the dual cultivation proposal had long been rejected, and she wouldn't have anything to do with Tang Shen in the future, so there was no need to explain. Tang Shen also didn't mention it. He just smiled and said, "That being the case, I'd better call you Senior Marshal Sister." Senior Marshal Sister Emo is so young, but you already have such a high cultivation level. It's only right to call you Senior Marshal Sister. In the cultivation world, seniority wasn't determined by age. Only people who had a very close relationship, such as fellow disciples, would be determined by age. Even after their cultivation levels increased, they still addressed each other like that to show respect. They'd lived together in this pagoda for more than 10 years. Although they spent most of their time doing their own things, their relationship wasn't like ordinary people's, so they talked about age. Now that he learned Mo Tianga's cultivation level was so much higher than his, Tang Shen sincerely felt he should call her Senior Marshal Sister. Xiaqing said, "In any case, I should call you Senior Marshal Sister. Senior Marshal Sister Mo, you're so awesome, so you have to take care of me in the future." Junior Marshal Sister Xia. Wei Haolon gave her a sidelong glance and also smiled. "That's true. Fellow Taoist Yi is now a guest elder of Bishuan Court, so you have to take care of us." Mo Tiange waved her hand. "Please don't laugh at me. I'm just relying on the shadow of my elders." Wei Haolon was about to speak, but the four of them suddenly felt a spiritual aura fluctuation. They stopped and turned to look at the transporting formation at the same time. The transporting formation flashed, and Elder Qingyi's voice came. "The four of you come up." Hearing the elder's voice again after 15 years, the four of them couldn't help but feel excited. Wei Haolon pressed her chest to calm her excitement and said, "It seems the two elders have come out of closed-door meditation. Let's go up to see them." Of course, no one had any objections. The four of them put down their wine cups, stood up, and walked towards the transporting formation. During these 15 years, the transporting formation had been closed. Now that it was open, and they were summoned, the two elders must have come out of closed-door meditation. Standing on the transporting formation, there was a flash of light, and the four of them appeared on the 4th floor. Although they were eager to see the two elders, the three of them didn't dare to look up. They all knew the consequences of the two elders cultivating the blood prohibition secret technique. Although they had 15 years to prepare, seeing it with their own eyes was a different matter. Therefore, Mo Tiange was the first to see the two elders' appearances. The two elders were sitting side by side on the praying mats at the head of the table. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but they had put on their cloaks and veils. The veil and cloak not only blocked their vision, but also blocked their divine sense. The two elders' cultivation was higher than theirs, so they couldn't see their real appearances. Greetings to the two elders. Mo Tiange was the first to greet them. She could also be considered a member of Bishuan Court now, so she no longer needed to call her senior. Hearing that there was nothing unusual in her voice, the other three raised their heads. Their eyes were filled with relief, but also sadness. The two elders must have been afraid of scaring them, so they covered their appearances. "Greetings, elders." Wei Haolon took the lead and saluted. Elder Qingyi nodded slightly. "You've worked hard these past 15 years. Her voice, however, was much more hoarse than before. Wei Haolon respectfully replied, "Compared to the two elders, this little bit of hard work is nothing at all." "You're a good child," Elder Qingmiao said. Elder Qingmiao took over the conversation. Although her appearance couldn't be seen, her voice was obviously aged. "You don't need to blame yourselves. This is a responsibility we must bear as elders of Bishuan Court." Tang Shen lowered his head and secretly wiped the corners of his eyes. Upon seeing him, Elder Qingyi said, "Shen, you've made a realm breakthrough?" "Yes." Tang Shen lowered his head. I'm sorry, elders. I was too immature before." Elder Qingyi chuckled softly. "Child, you've finally grown up. If your great-grandmother in the underworld knew about this, she'd definitely be happy." Tang Shen was Elder Qingxi's beloved grandson. Ever since he was a child, he grew up in front of the three elders. The two elders also regarded him as their junior. Now that they saw Tang Shen's cultivation level had advanced, and he had also matured a lot, they felt very comforted. Tang Shen wiped his tears and answered with a low voice, yes. In the future, Shen will certainly cultivate diligently and won't disappoint the two elders and great-grandmother anymore. The two elders' gazes then shifted to the others. Elder Qingyi continued to ask, Haolan Tianga, are your injuries healed? Yes, Wei Haolan answered. Wei Haolan answered, rest assured, Elder. My injuries are almost healed. Elder Mo already dissolved my dead aura 5 years ago. Oh. Elder Qingmiao looked at Mo Tianga and said, Tianga, come up and let us have a look. Yes. Mo Tianga answered, then walked forward. Elder Qingmiao stretched out her hand like lightning, grabbing Mo Tianga's wrist and pouring her spiritual aura into it. Mo Tianga only felt pain and numbness in her meridians. Elder Qingmiao's spiritual aura was stronger than she imagined. It seemed to have reached the peak of the core formation realm. However, her spiritual aura was very strange. There was a kind of hidden mania that made her feel very uneasy. She looked down and saw her bare hands. They were as dry as an old tree, deathly pale, and without any color of blood. They couldn't even be called hands anymore. Moreover, she remembered that when she first met this elder Qingmiao 16 years ago, she still had a delicate and pretty face, and her charm was still there. Even though she didn't have deep feelings for her like Wei Haolan and the other two, Mo Tianga still felt a bit sad. Although this was a world where benefits were paramount, it wasn't completely ruthless. Elder Qingmiao quickly released her hands and said with relief, very good. Tianga, not only are your injuries healed, but your spiritual aura is also much purer than before. Presumably, you've been very diligent these past dozen years. Mo Tianga retreated. Elders, you've contributed a lot. Since Junior has received your favor, I should also do something for Bishuan Court. If you can think that way, we really didn't misjudge you. Elder Qingyi nodded with a smile. Alright, I called you here for 2 reasons. First, we've finished practicing the blood prohibition secret technique, and we're officially out of closed-door meditation today. Second, this isn't enough to deal with that devil cultivator. We still need to prepare some things. Elder, Wei Haolan said, if you need to prepare anything, just tell us. We'll definitely do it seriously. We need to prepare 2 things, Elder Qingyi said calmly. First, that devil cultivator's dead aura is really powerful. If you get touched by it, you probably won't be able to hold on. We searched for a long time, and finally found a kind of talisman that can guard against this kind of dead aura. Therefore, in the following time, you need to put aside everything else and draw this kind of talisman. The more the better. Elder, Xiaoqing said, we don't know how to draw talismans. How can we learn it in a short time? Then you'll learn until you can draw it, Elder Qingyi said without hesitation. As for the second thing, it's a magic weapon. You won't be able to help us with this. So only Junior Martial's sister Qingmiao, and I can refine it. None of them was a refining master. Refining tools was different from drawing talismans. No matter how lacking talisman paper and other materials were, they were still easy to obtain. Besides, the 7th floor of the Dao Achieving Pagoda was where Bishuan Court stored their treasures for several thousand years. The materials for refining tools, on the other hand, were much more precious, especially rare materials for magic weapons. They simply couldn't be wasted like this. Not bad. Elder Qingmiao passed her a jade slip. Haolan later, go to the 7th floor and get the talisman paper and brush you need. Draw according to this. No matter how long it takes, you have to draw at least several hundred talismans. That way, we'll be able to deal with that devil cultivator. Yes, Wei Haolan answered. However, she hesitated for a moment and said, Elders, can you hold on? Cultivating the second half of the blood prohibition secret technique meant death, but she didn't know how long it would take for her to die. Elder Qingyi said faintly, rest assured. We 2 old women won't dare to die until we get rid of any future troubles for you. Wei Haolan's gaze wavered, but she didn't dare to ask again. She just lowered her head and answered, yes. Tianga. Mo Tianga stepped forward. I'm here. Go with Haolan. Your pill concocting skills are outstanding. If there's any medicinal pills that might be helpful, just take the materials and refine them. Mo Tianga paused for a moment, then cupped her hands. I understand. This was a way of expressing their trust in her. Not only did they let her enter the group's treasury, but they also let her take whatever she wanted. If she wasn't a trusted disciple, they wouldn't do this at all. Emotinga sighed inwardly. She felt her weakness had been found. She didn't think she was a kind person, but if someone treated her well, she'd want to repay them. The two elders treated her so well. How could she repay them? Not only was she determined to be their guest elder, but if she succeeded in her cultivation, she'd also have to take care of them often. All right, you two go back first. That's all. Yes. The four of them responded in unison. Xiaqing and Tang Shun went back to the third floor, while Emotinga and Wei Haolan went to the seventh floor. Influenced by the two elders, the two of them didn't say a word on the way. When they reached the seventh floor, Wei Haolan opened the restriction and said, Elder Mo, over there is the spiritual panacea area. You can take whatever you want and come back here to register. Okay. Emotinga looked around then nodded. 16 years ago, when they first hid inside the pagoda, the two elders brought her and Tang Shun up to the seventh floor. At that time, the two elders gave them a lot of medicinal pills and bestowed magic weapons to Tang Shun and Xiaqing. Because they learned about her life experience, they also very generously gave her Mo Yaoqing's personal notes. Although the notes didn't seem as precious as the magic weapons, Wei Haolan said only the sect head and elders could read the patriarch's notes. Being willing to give them to her was already a huge favor. Moreover, the notes were more important to her than any magic weapons. Although the two elders treated her like this because they hoped she could help Wei Haolan rebuild Bishuan Court, kindness was kindness. Since she accepted it, she should repay them a little. Emotinga took a deep breath and quickly picked dozens of spiritual panaceas. She then found Wei Haolan and said, Sect head, I'm done. Oh. Wei Haolan was rummaging among the cinnabars and other things. Eventually, she found several jars of beast blood. Let's go. We can go down after we record them. And Emotinga followed Wei Haolan to the altar table. She took out the register and recorded, but Emotinga raised her head to look at Mo Yaoqing's statue. Her great-grandmother had a rough life, but she had always been strong and unyielding, proud and self-reliant. If she knew that the sect she established was almost destroyed by a cultivator in the foundation-building realm, who practiced evil methods, she would definitely be very angry, wouldn't she? However, while she was angry, she must also be very gratified. Although her disciples weren't as talented as her, they didn't lose her lofty and unyielding character. As long as her lofty character remained, Bishuan Court could still be rebuilt. Elder Mo, upon hearing Wei Haolan's voice, Emotinga regained her train of thought. What's wrong? Are you confident? Wei Haolan didn't look at her. Instead, she was fiddling with the jade slip in her hand. No, Emotinga answered honestly in front of Wei Haolan. I like to take matters into my own hands, but this time, I'm not capable of doing it. I'm not confident at all. However, it doesn't matter if we're not confident. It's fine as long as the two elders are confident. Correct. Wei Haolan also raised her head to look at the statue. She then knelt down softly. Patriarch, please bless Bishuan Court. We'll kill our enemies and take back our monastery. Chapter 219. Inside the Tao Achieving Pagoda, it was once again busy. The two elders were still in closed-door meditation, refining magic weapons. The four juniors were either concocting medicinal pills, healing injuries, or drawing talismans. Wei Haolan's injuries hadn't completely healed, and Xiaqing wasn't good at other things. Seeing this, Emotinga taught Xiaqing some special medicinal pill concocting techniques, while she and Tang Shun took on talisman making. Now that they had a definite goal, the atmosphere inside the Tao Achieving Pagoda was tense, but it was also full of hope. The talismans the two elders talked about were high-grade talismans. Foundation-building cultivators could draw them, but they needed a long time to practice. The talisman paper and talisman water needed to make these talismans all needed special materials. To reduce the consumption of materials, Emotinga and Tang Shun both started practicing with low-grade talismans. Emotinga really didn't have any talent in talisman making. She was only talented in formations, but her pill concocting skills were so-so. Talisman making, on the other hand, was really out of talent. However, she had to draw talismans, so she had to immerse herself in practicing. Fortunately, Tang Xin's talent in talisman making was unexpectedly good, relieving her a lot of pressure. The fourth floor of the Dao Achieving Pagoda was closed again. The two elders concentrated on refining magic weapons. Wei Haolan meditated to heal her injuries. Xia Qing immersed herself in concocting medicinal pills, and Mo Tiange and Tang Xin focused on drawing talismans. Another 4 years went by as he prepared for this. In fact, Wei Haolan's injuries healed in the 3rd year, and Xia Qing also joined the ranks of talisman making in the 2nd year. 3 years later, Tang Xin finally succeeded in making this poison-resisting talisman. The two elders finally came out of their closed-door meditation after 4 years. The 6 people gathered again. "Elder, is the magic weapon finished?" "Yes." Elder Qingyi's hoarse voice carried a hint of joy. "After several failures, the magic weapon to deal with that devil cultivator is finally finished." The 4 juniors smiled at the same time. They had been trapped in this Dao Achieving Pagoda for 20 years, and they finally had a chance to leave. Although Mo Tiange didn't look too excited, she was very happy inside. This time, she only came out to experience the world for the sake of tempering her mental state. She didn't expect it would take her more than 20 years. She didn't know how Xianqing School was doing after she left for more than 20 years. Was that cheap master of hers still an unrefined old man? Had Jinji already built his foundation? Was everything safe and sound in her little cave residence? Thinking up to this point, she wished she could grow a pair of wings, directly cross demonic mountain range, and fly back to Xianqing School. The Dao Attainment Pagoda, which had been closed for 20 years, was finally open. The 2 so-called Divine Dragon sect disciples guarding outside the pagoda were chatting happily as usual. They were sent to guard the Dao Achieving Pagoda, but they didn't have much to do for more than 10 years, so they'd long forgotten Ren Yufeng's instructions. Every day they chatted and talked nonsense, drank and gambled. When the Dao Attainment Pagoda's original transfer array lit up, 2 gamblers were still rolling the dice to bet on the ownership of this month's spirit stones. A group of 6 people appeared on the transporting formation. The 2 core formation elders smiled coldly. Elder Qingmiao waved her hand, causing a powerful spiritual aura pressure to cover them. The 2 low-level cultivators raised their heads in panic, and only then did they see the 6 people on the teleportation array. For a moment, their mouths were wide open, and they were speechless. They didn't have time to speak. Under the pressure, the 2 of them opened their eyes wide and blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. They silently fell to the ground. "Humph." Elder Qingmiao humphed coldly. "It's really shameful to send such a person to stand guard." Elder Qingyi said, "Don't worry about them. We'll do our own thing. Xia Qing, Shen you 2 go gather the original Bishuan court disciples and inform them that we're out. If other individual cultivators surrender, we won't make things difficult for them. But if they're stubborn, kill them on the spot." "Yes." Xia Qing and Tang Xin accepted the order. Haolan Tiange, open the Great Mountain Protecting Formation. We mustn't let that devil cultivator escape. "Yes." Elder Qingyi waved her hand. "All right, let's split up. When you're done, gather in the conference hall." The 4 of them split into 2 groups and left after receiving the order. Bishuan Court's Great Mountain Protecting Formation was also set up by Mo Yaoqing years ago. With her exceptional aptitude, this Great Mountain Protecting Formation was extremely powerful. However, 20 years ago, Shangguan Yunhao harbored evil intentions. He colluded with Ren Yufeng and secretly closed the Great Mountain Protecting Formation, causing it to become useless. The 2 elders had long made a plan. On one hand, they'd gather the original disciples to kill Ren Yufeng. On the other hand, they'd open the Great Mountain Protecting Formation to hinder Ren Yufeng. By doing these 2 things well, the 2 of them would have more than an 80% chance of killing Ren Yufeng. Mo Tiange followed Wei Haolan and flew towards the Great Mountain Protecting Formation. They encountered many low-level disciples on the way, but the 2 of them ignored them all. Wei Haolan only stopped when they were far away from Bishuan Court's pavilions and saw a towering watchtower. "Elder Mo, please lend me a hand." Mo Tiange nodded. The great mountain protecting formation was huge, so opening it by herself would inevitably be too much for her. Ren Yufeng had long been possessed by the devil. Even though he created the so-called Divine Dragon sect, it was nothing more than a secular world bandit occupying a mountain and acting like a king. It basically didn't look like a cultivation group at all. He also didn't understand the purpose of this great mountain protecting formation. Now there was actually no one inside the watchtower. Emotinga's attainments and formations were incomparable to cultivators in the same realm as her. Wei Haolan took out the formation blueprint, and the two of them repaired it one by one according to the blueprint. After spending half a day, they finally finished repairing the damaged parts. Right now, they both sensed spiritual aura fluctuations coming from inside Bishuan Court. The two of them must have started fighting against Ren Yufeng. The two of them were a bit worried. After sensing with rapt attention for a while, Emotinga said, "The two elders should be fine. The dead aura in this spiritual aura fluctuation isn't strong. Presumably, the two elders suppressed it." Wei Haolan looked at her with a bit of astonishment then nodded. Bishuan Court had a circumference of several hundred miles, and their current location was also several hundred miles away from the inner part of Bishuan Court. Emotinga's divine sense must have been very strong to be able to sense it. Wei Haolan thought to herself that the two elders indeed had extraordinary foresight. This elder Emo was so young, but she already had this kind of ability. Presumably, she'd advance to the core formation realm soon. In that case, although this elder Emo wouldn't stay in Linhai for long, she'd definitely take care of Bishuan Court if she had spare energy in the future. The two of them had their own thoughts as they buried themselves in replenishing the spirit stones. The operation of this great mountain protecting formation required a lot of spirit stones. These past few years, the formation had been in a half-useless state, so the spirit stones had long been taken away. Emotinga and Wei Haolan busied themselves for a long time before they finally replenished all the spirit stones. Before long, Wei Haolan activated the great mountain protecting formation. A loud buzzing sound came from inside the watchtower, and a white light shone, illuminating the entire watchtower in an instant. Following this sound, a layer of misty fog appeared above Bishuan Court. This fog became thicker and thicker, gradually forming a defensive barrier. Bishuan Court's great mountain protecting formation had been completely activated. Everyone inside the formation was under its protection. At the same time, it also closed all the entrances and exits. Upon seeing that the great formation had been activated, Wei Haolan said, "Elder Emo, let's go and help." Emotinga nodded. Aside from killing Ren Yufeng, there were too many things they needed to do. Although Xia Qing and Tang Shun were a lot stronger than they were 20 years ago, no one knew whether accidents would happen or not. The two of them stepped onto their respective flying magic weapons and flew towards the inner part of Bishuan Court. At that moment, Bishuan Court was already in chaos. The spiritual aura fluctuations were getting stronger and stronger. Presumably, the two elders were fighting desperately against Ren Yufeng. As for the so-called Divine Dragon sect disciples gathered by Ren Yufeng, not all of them were Bishuan Court's original disciples. There were also some individual cultivators among them. Some of them were even covered in dead aura like Ren Yufeng, but they weren't as strong. Upon seeing this, Emotinga and Wei Haolan each took out the poison-resisting talismans they'd prepared. Their divine senses sensed Xia Qing and Tang Shun's positions. Then they flew over together. In the distance, they saw Xia Qing and Tang Shun fighting against some people. There were 2 early-stage foundation-building disciples, and a dozen or so aura-refining disciples. All of them were covered in dead aura, so they were presumably Ren Yufeng's disciples and grand disciples. Senior Martial Sister Sect Head, Senior Martial Sister Mo. Xia Qing shouted when she saw the two of them. She and Tang Shun had poison-resisting talismans, so these people couldn't do anything to them. However, they weren't good at fights of magical powers, so they couldn't take down these people in a short time. Both Emotinga and Wei Haolan attacked. Wei Haolan summoned her cold ice mirror, releasing one ice spell after another from it. Emotinga, on the other hand, raised her hand. She controlled the shuttle of flying Apsara, as if it was her own arm, moving gracefully like a swimming dragon. All these years, she studied Mo Yaoqing's notes inside the Dao Achieving Pagoda and learned a lot of fighting secrets, so her shuttle of flying Apsara was extremely sharp. Wherever the shuttle of flying Apsara went, corpses would fall one after another. The two foundation-building cultivators, on top of having to resist Wei Haolan's ice spell, also had to dodge the shuttle of flying Apsara, so they were flustered. Unfortunately, the four of them had poison-resisting talismans on them, so their dead aura couldn't break through them at all. Upon seeing this, Tang Shun and Xia Qing attacked the two cultivators with their magic tools without any hesitation. Before long, they killed them on the spot. After withdrawing their magic tools, Xia Qing came over and said, "Senior Martial Sisters, how are you?" "I'm fine." Wei Haolan looked around. Aside from the dozen or so devil cultivators they killed, there was no one else. "Why isn't there anyone else? Did you deliver the message?" Xia Qing answered dejectedly. This devil cultivator turned a lot of people into the same state as him. Their minds changed greatly, and they simply wouldn't listen to our advice, so we had no choice but to kill them. There were also some people who were still rational, but they were too weak, so we told them to hide first. Wei Haolan frowned. "Call them out. They're the clearest about the situation in the group now, so let them lead us to purge the devil cultivators." All right. Soon, they found the cultivators enslaved by Ren Yufeng. Among them were many former disciples of Bishuan court, and when they saw Wei Haolan, many of them burst into tears. These people had been bullied by Ren Yufeng for 20 years. Now that they could finally take revenge, they were overjoyed. So they led the four of them everywhere to purge the devil cultivators assimilated by Ren Yufeng. The four of them, Xia Qing, Tang Shen, Wei Haolan, and Mo Tiange, divided into 3 groups to purge the whole of Bishuan court. The dead aura of these devil cultivators was far inferior to Ren Yufeng's, but they also had poison-resisting talismans on them. Soon, the devil cultivators scattered in Bishuan court were completely purged. In the end, everyone shifted their gaze towards the center of Bishuan court, the place where the conference hall was located. The sky above the hall was firmly covered by the great mountain protecting formation. Under the defensive cover, Ren Yufeng, who was covered in black aura, was confronting the 2 elders. Chapter 220. Ren Yufeng stared at the huge Bishuan court under his feet. There were several hundred scattered cultivators standing inside, but none of them had dead aura. His face couldn't help but twist as he glared at the 2 elders in front of him. "Old women, you ruined my plan." Elder Qingmiao stood with her whip in hand. Her face under her gauze hat was cold. "Devil cultivator, you're about to die, yet you still dare to be so arrogant." About to die? Ren Yufeng cast them a contemptuous glance, and a hostile look appeared on his face. "Even if I'm about to die, you'll still be my scapegoat." "Humph." Elder Qingyi stared at him coldly and lowered her hand that was covering her chest. "Since we can kill you, what's the big deal about us 2 old women dying? You killed my disciple and destroyed my Bishuan court. We martial sisters will properly settle this debt with you today." Ren Yufeng was arrogant. "Haha, that depends on whether you have the ability or not." Elder Qingyi and Elder Qingmiao no longer said anything. The 2 of them glanced at each other, then began to cast spells. Their bodies emitted a bright red light that was as strong and gloomy as blood. The light became brighter, and the color of blood also became more and more intense. Gradually, the light on their bodies fused together. Upon seeing this, Ren Yufeng didn't dare to be careless. He'd been fighting with the 2 elders for a while. He thought he could defeat them quickly with his divine technique, but in the end, he was surprised to find that he was still at a disadvantage. Although his mind wasn't normal, he didn't become stupid. He immediately understood that the 2 elders must have cultivated some kind of secret technique in the Dao Achieving Pagoda, which was why their power could reach such a high level in just 20 years. Nevertheless, he didn't admit defeat. With the divine dragon's breath, he would soon advance to the nascent soul realm, then the deification realm, move unhindered in the human world, and ascend to become an immortal. What were these 2 old women? He could definitely kill them. With that thought in mind, the dead aura on Ren Yufeng's body surged, and his face under the black aura became increasingly ferocious. In an instant, the 3 of them moved. The two elders released their spiritual aura inside the red light, and Ren Yufeng's dead aura also surged towards them. The magic weapon the two elders refined for 4 years was called the Soul Restraining Whip. Ren Yufeng basically couldn't be considered a human anymore. He was as thin and withered as a skeleton. He basically didn't care about ordinary physical injuries, so they came up with this kind of magic weapon. This kind of magic weapon was specialized in attacking one's primordial spirit, so it was very difficult for Ren Yufeng to defend against it. His dead aura could protect his physical body, but it couldn't protect his primordial spirit. Just now, he'd already suffered many losses. The two elders advanced and retreated, but they no longer attacked and defended like before. Instead, they completely gave up on defense and attacked with all their might. The fight in the air was intense, and the people watching from below couldn't take their eyes off it. The outcome of this battle concerned their future. Would they continue to be enslaved, or would they be able to live like humans? Of course, he would choose the latter, but now was not the time for them to choose. They could only wait for the outcome of this battle. The red light and the black gas grew brighter and brighter, until they could no longer see anything else. Many people were suffocated by the pressure. Wei Haolong glanced at them then shouted, "Junior Marshal Sister Xia, Junior Marshal Brother Tang, take them to a place farther away." Most of these people only had aura refining cultivation level, so how could they withstand this kind of pressure? Xia Qing and Tang Shen obeyed. However, before they could move, they saw Ren Yufeng, who was in the sky, suddenly stop. As if he heard Wei Haolong's voice, he turned around and rushed down. The two elders immediately followed him, but Ren Yufeng's speed was extremely fast, so they couldn't stop him for a while. Wei Haolong was shocked to see Mo Tiange in that direction, so she shouted, "Elder Mo?" Mo Tiange could already feel the surging dead aura. Without saying anything, she took out another poison-resisting talisman and stuck it on her body. The white silk handkerchief was summoned, which instantly expanded to the size of a mat and floated towards Ren Yufeng. When Ren Yufeng saw her, a trace of hatred appeared on his face covered by the black gas. He actually didn't look at anyone else and rushed towards her. Mo Tiange hastily retreated, with the white silk handkerchief in front of her and her cloud-treading boots. She heard faint sounds of wind and thunder. In an instant, she disappeared from her original spot and reappeared several dozen feet behind Ren Yufeng. This was the teleportation technique engraved on the stone wall in Ziwei's Immortal's Cave. Wanderer Ziwei had perfected it, so foundation-building cultivators could also practice it. It was the only complete technique on the stone wall. In the past 20 years, Mo Tiange had been comprehending it for a long time, so she could finally use it. Ren Yufeng obviously hadn't seen it before, so he was stunned for a moment. Right at that moment, the two elders caught up to him. Their soul-confining whips attacked Ren Yufeng at the same time. Ren Yufeng couldn't concentrate and was hit head-on, causing him to scream miserably. After being hit, he turned around and glared fiercely at Mo Tiange. His dead aura surged. Nevertheless, the two elders didn't give him any time to rest. They used their secret technique at the same time. The soul-confining whips flashed with a blood-red light and struck him again. Ren Yufeng refused to accept his death. He gathered his dead aura and started to fight again. Mo Tiange quietly landed. When she saw that all the low-level cultivators around her had retreated, she heaved a sigh of relief. She signaled Wei Haolong, and the two of them also retreated a bit further. They were very clear about the cultivation levels of the two elders. They were already at the peak of the core formation realm. As for the dead aura on Ren Yufeng's body, it was obviously much denser than it was 20 years ago. This battle could be said to be the fiercest among cultivators below the nascent soul realm. It was no longer something cultivators at their level could meddle in. They couldn't even clearly see how the two sides fought. They could only see the dead aura and the red light entangling with each other, and the spiritual aura fluctuations were frighteningly strong. Mo Tiange couldn't help but recall the scene during Martial Uncle Xuanin's nascent soul ceremony. Martial Uncle Jinyang and her master joined hands to fight against Master Song Feng. Although their momentum wasn't as strong, the intensity of their fight was much higher. After all, nascent soul cultivators cherished their lives, But today they were fighting with their lives on the line. Look, Wei Haolan pointed at the sky. The three people who were fighting were emitting a bright red light, completely enveloping the black aura. Emo Tiange and Wei Haolan glanced at each other. Both of them were delighted. However, the black aura slowly spread and almost overwhelmed the red light. This battle was in a stalemate, causing Emo Tiange and Wei Haolan to tremble with fear. What if they lost? They didn't dare to think about the consequences. If they lost, the two elders would die, Bishuan court wouldn't be able to be rebuilt, and they would experience another bloodbath. As she thought about this, Emo Tiange lowered her head to look at her hands. The dead aura on her body had already dissipated, so if the situation wasn't good, she could enter the virtual sky world to hide. However, they'd been in trouble together for 20 years, and she'd witnessed the two elders losing their lives. She didn't want this to be the end. Elder! Wei Haolan suddenly called out. Emo Tiange looked up and saw that the black aura in the sky was getting thicker and thicker, making her heart tighten. At the same time, she prepared herself. If the two elders really lost, she'd take Wei Haolan into the virtual sky world to hide for a while. However, just as the red light was being compressed to the point where there was almost no space for it to exist, it suddenly exploded. At the same time, they heard Elder Qingyi shout, "Die!" The red light was like blood. It sprayed forward and suddenly exploded the black aura. Ah! Ren Yufeng screamed. He couldn't control the black aura on his body anymore. Like ink dissolving into water, it slowly faded away. Puff! 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 In midair, the three of them fell one after another. Their momentum dispersed, and their spiritual aura gradually dissipated. They no longer had the spiritual aura pressure of a peak stage, core formation cultivator. Emo Tiange and Wei Haolan watched for a while, but the three of them remained motionless. In the end, they couldn't help but run over. Elder! Elder! Wei Haolan rushed over. Her gauze hat fell off. Her withered face didn't have any luster. It was like a withered old tree, rough and dim. Elder Qingyi opened her eyes with difficulty and looked towards Ren Yufeng. When she saw that the black aura on his body had dissipated, and he was motionless, she finally revealed a smile. She glanced at Elder Qingmiao, who was also speechless. Then both of them closed their eyes with smiles on their faces. Elder! Wei Haolan shouted loudly with grief in her eyes. Emo Tiange stared at Emo Tiange, then pressed her shoulder and shook her head at her. The two elders were beyond saving. How could Wei Haolan not know? She just found it hard to accept. Seeing her like this, Emo Tiange knew she needed time to accept, so she retreated and walked towards Ren Yufeng. Before she met Ren Yufeng, she never thought she'd be suppressed by a person to the point where she practically had no way out. A cultivator without any background, and even without any talent, actually made her spend 20 years with no way out. She mustn't look down on anyone. In this cultivation world full of variables, maybe an aura refining cultivator you look down on would be much stronger than you in the future. She heaved a long sigh, then picked up Ren Yufeng's Qingquan bag, then threw out a fire talisman, burning Ren Yufeng's corpse into ashes. She then raised her head to look at the dead aura that hadn't dispersed yet and frowned. This dead aura wouldn't disperse in a short time. Apparently, it would be a very long time before other people could set foot in this place. Xiaqing and Tang Shun ran over. When they saw the two elders' corpses, they were both dumbfounded. Elder! Wei Haolan stood up and calmly wiped the tears on her face. Elders done what they wanted to do. Now it's our turn. Senior Martial Sister. Junior Martial Sister Xia. Collect the elders' corpses and send them to the Dao Achieving Pagoda. Junior Martial Brother Tang. Regardless of whether they're Bishuan court disciples or not, tell everyone to gather at the monastery gate. Yes. Xiaqing and Tang Shen both stood up and did as Wei Haolan ordered. Elder Emo, Wei Haolan looked at Emo Tiange. The two elders already passed away, so you're the only elder left in Bishuan court now. Please come with me to comfort the disciples. Alright, I'll naturally obey. Tang Shen moved very quickly. Within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, all the cultivators in Bishuan court had already arrived at the monastery gate. Some people cheered jubilantly, while some people were anxious and fearful. The ones cheering jubilantly were the former Bichuan court disciples who'd been tortured for the past 20 years and had finally waited for this day. The ones who were anxious and fearful were the individual cultivators accepted by Ren Yufeng. Almost all of them were male cultivators. When Bichuan court was still around, although they weren't bullied or humiliated, they didn't have the chance to stand out. At first, they were happy about Bichuan court's extermination, but later on, they discovered that having a cultivation group wasn't so wonderful. Wei Haolan's expression was cold. She was flying in the air, overlooking the numerous cultivators below her. She said, "Disciples, Bichuan court has gone through a calamity, but in the end, Elder Qingyi and Elder Qingmiao sacrificed their lives to eliminate our enemy. From today onwards, Bichuan court will be re-established, and all of you will return to the cultivation group." Before she could finish speaking, the Bichuan court disciples below her already started cheering. They'd been waiting for this day for too long. Wei Haolan raised her hand, silencing their voices. "In addition, as the sect head of Bichuan court, I hereby announce that Bichuan court is no longer a cultivation group for female cultivators. Regardless of whether they're male or female, as long as they pass the test, they can become official disciples." This news instantly caused an uproar among the crowd. All the male cultivators who weren't Bichuan court disciples stared fixedly at Wei Haolan. Among them, the former Bichuan court foundation building female cultivators even cried out involuntarily, "Senior martial sister sect head." Wei Haolan merely glanced at them indifferently. "These are the two elders' final orders." She then turned towards the others. "For those who aren't Bichuan court disciples, we'll let bygones be bygones as long as they didn't bully us." 2 days later, Bichuan court will hold its reconstruction ceremony, and at the same time, will recruit new disciples. Chapter 221. Wei Haolan's announcement set off a storm in Linhai. As a cultivation group for female cultivators, Bichuan court had been in Linhai for several thousand years. Everyone had long been accustomed to it and accepted their fate. Now that they learned Bichuan court was going to recruit disciples, all the male cultivators in Linhai were delighted. Bichuan court's female cultivators, on the other hand, felt a bit lost, because this also meant they wouldn't have any privileges anymore. Senior martial sister sect head. Someone came to the door that very night. Mo Tiange and Wei Haolan were discussing important matters when they heard the voice outside, causing them to glance at each other. There were 1,000 things waiting to be done. The main hall was temporarily sealed, so they were now in an ordinary room without any disciples guarding the door. Seeing that Mo Tiange didn't have any objections, Wei Haolan waved her hand to remove the soundproof barrier. "Come in." The person who entered was senior martial sister Yang, who once fought with that unruly young Miss Hua Yilin out of jealousy. After Ren Yufeng was killed, Xia Qing brought the two elders' remains back to the Dao Achieving Pagoda to worship them. Afterward, everyone devoted themselves to rebuilding the group. The first thing they did was to recompile Bichuan court's disciple roster. According to the disciples who stayed here, when Ren Yufeng suddenly appeared that year, they were all caught off guard. Some died, some ran away, but half of them didn't have time to escape. Many of them suffered extreme torture before they managed to survive. Fortunately, Ren Yufeng was infected by the dead aura and gradually lost his mortal desires. Otherwise, who knew how many disciples in a cultivation group for female cultivators would have been humiliated? However, when he recruited disciples later, he accepted everyone regardless of who they were. And there were also some people with bad conduct. Upon hearing this, Wei Haolan showed no mercy. As long as they were identified, they would all be beheaded. Fortunately, this kind of thing wasn't common. Among the individual cultivators they recruited, only a few of them lost their humanity like Ren Yufeng. Most of the Bichuan court disciples just suffered a bit, but didn't suffer any humiliation. On one hand, she rewarded them. On the other hand, she displayed her might. Everyone, regardless of whether they were Bichuan court disciples or not, finally quieted down. Next, they had to deal with the specific matters of rebuilding the group. Senior martial sister sect head. After senior martial sister Yang saluted, she didn't say anything and just stared at Mo Tiange. Wei Haolan said, Elder Qingyi and Elder Qingmiao already decided to invite this fellow Taoist Yi to become our Bishuan court's guest elder. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to hide it. Not revealing her real name was also Mo Tiange's request. Since she used the name Yi Xiaotian in Bishuan court, there was no need for her to keep changing it. Moreover, she hadn't reported this matter to her master yet, so it was better for her to keep a low profile. Wei Haolan didn't care about this matter, so she listened to her. Yes. Senior Marshal Sister Yang took a few more glances at Mo Tiange, then asked cautiously, Senior Marshal Sister Sect Head, do you think our Bishuan court will no longer be a cultivation group for female cultivators from now on? Will the offerings and whatnot be reduced? Wei Haolan could not help but frown as she said, You don't have to worry about this matter. Before the two elders left, they had already come to an agreement. Oh, I see. Senior Marshal Sister Yang let out a hollow laugh, then cast a glance at Mo Tiange. In that case, since the two elders have passed away, shouldn't we elect another elder? Of course. Wei Haolan didn't hide anything. We'll elect 2 temporary elders. The 2 elders, and I will be responsible for the main matters. As for the future, according to our group's rules, once a disciple forms his or her gold core, he or she will automatically be promoted to an elder. Without waiting for Senior Marshal Sister Yang to ask again, Wei Haolan said bluntly, Junior Marshal Sister Yang, there are too many things to do now that the group is being rebuilt. I really don't have time to answer these questions. If you're free, can you go and help Junior Marshal Sister Xia and Junior Marshal Brother Tang? Okay. Since the sect head ordered her to do so, what else could she do? After Senior Marshal Sister Yang left, Wei Haolan angrily threw the new register on the table and said mockingly, I already said it wasn't difficult to recall the disciples, but it was very difficult to rebuild their self-esteem. Now, it seems I have to add another condition. It's even more difficult to make them set aside their selfishness for the time being. What kind of situation is this? The 2 elders have already passed away, but what kind of people are they saving? Mo Tiange tried to persuade her. No matter where you are, people like that are everywhere. Sect head, don't be too angry. The important matter is more important. Wei Haolan nodded. You're right. I just hate that they don't know what's important. It's really annoying. Then don't count on them. In any case, the 2 elders have already decided on these matters, so we just need to do as they say. When the 2 elders were mentioned, Wei Haolan was silent for a while. She then took a deep breath and pulled herself together. In 2 days, we'll cremate the 2 elders first and offer them to the patriarch. In the future, whenever there's incense from the patriarch, the 2 elders will have a share. Mo Tiange didn't have any objections. This should be done. Without the 2 elders, the group can't be rebuilt. In addition, Elder Yi, Wei Haolan changed the way she addressed Mo Tiange. I've already asked Junior Marshal Sister Xia and Junior Marshal Brother Tang to pick some reliable people to be in charge of recruiting disciples. But just in case, I still need you to establish your prestige. Mo Tiange nodded. Bishuan court would no longer only recruit female disciples. So in the beginning, there would definitely be a mix of good and bad people. So it was necessary to intimidate them. As for the other matters, I have a lot of things to think about at the moment. Elder Yi, you've worked hard. Go and rest first. We still have a lot of things to do. Okay. Mo Tiange didn't refuse. She indeed wasn't good at school matters, and she couldn't help Wei Haolan for the time being. It would be better for her to go back and adjust her condition. She would also be able to intimidate those who were dissatisfied with her. After leaving Wei Haolan's room, Mo Tiange randomly chose a room in the building, laid a defensive formation, then entered the virtual sky world, which she hadn't seen in a long time. Inside the virtual sky world, the bamboo shadows rustled, and the wind blew gently. It was no different from 20 years ago. In the beginning, she couldn't enter the virtual sky world, but later on, she didn't have the chance to. These 20 years were both simple and complicated. Inside the Tao Achieving Pagoda, aside from healing and cultivating, there was nothing else to do. However, in order to defeat Ren Yufeng, they made countless plans, which almost exhausted them both physically and mentally. Now they were finally free. She dragged her exhausted body towards the small room. A golden dumpling ran out of the small room. As soon as it saw her, it pounced on her. Emotienga reached out to catch it, then stroked its head. Long time no see, Feifei. This Feifei, which was on the verge of making a realm breakthrough, but had been left inside the virtual sky world for 20 years, was now finally in the second rank. Its fur had also turned from white to golden. Feifei arched itself in her arms. Although they hadn't seen each other for 20 years, they had signed a contract, so Feifei didn't alienate her in the slightest. After returning to the small room, Emotienga put Feifei down. I'm really too tired. Can you go and play first? Feifei seemed to understand her words and became much more intelligent than before. It stared at her with its black eyes for a while, then jumped onto her shoulder and put its paw on her head. In an instant, a warm current flowed from Feifei's paw. Emotienga felt warm all over, and in an instant, all her fatigue disappeared without a trace. Feifei could make people forget their worries. So it was true. After an unknown amount of time, Emotienga finally woke up. All the fatigue in her body disappeared without a trace, whether it was physical or mental. Feifei squeaked, then jumped down from her shoulder and arched itself in her arms to please her. Emotienga smiled and stroked its head. Thank you. Having received her praise, Feifei happily rolled around in her arms. Holding Feifei in her arms, Emotienga took out a Qianquan bag from inside her robe and pondered. This was Ren Yufeng's Qianquan bag. She put it away, but because she had too many things to do, she forgot to give it to Wei Haolan. Now that she was looking at this Qianquan bag, an idea came to her mind. She put her hand inside and fumbled for a while. Finally, she took out a heavy stone tablet. This was the stone tablet Ren Yufeng obtained from the ancient sacrificial temple, the one that recorded the so-called divine dragon secret technique. On the surface, this stone tablet didn't seem abnormal, and the drawings on it were also very simple. At the very front was a drawing of a dragon skeleton and a person casting a spell. At the back, there were also drawings of many human bodies in some postures. There were also some patterns drawn inside the human bodies, which seemed to be spiritual aura circulation methods. In addition, there were also some simple words carved on the side, but these ancient characters had long been lost, so she couldn't make out their meaning. Strange, there didn't seem to be anything abnormal. She couldn't help but reach out to touch it, but the moment she touched the surface of the stone tablet's patterns, her whole body went numb. Then, many strange thoughts were transmitted from the stone tablet to her body. Many scenes appeared in her mind. Dragons flying in the sky, fighting corpses. In the end, a person standing on top of a dragon's skeleton, absorbing the divine dragon's breath. The strange thing was, what he absorbed was black aura, and the divine dragon's breath on the dragon's skeleton was getting stronger and stronger. She heard the sound of woo-woo. Feifei suddenly jumped over and bit her finger. Emotienga felt pain on her fingertip. She came back to her senses from her meditation and broke out in a cold sweat. Sure enough, there was something wrong with this so-called divine dragon secret technique. It wasn't that the drawings were wrong, nor was it that her comprehension was wrong. This technique itself was a kind of evil technique. This stone tablet had a kind of wonderful power. As soon as she touched it, her mind would be completely attracted to it. If Feifei hadn't woken her up from her fantasy in time, the consequences would have been too horrible to contemplate. Thinking up to this point, Emotienga hugged Feifei, feeling extremely grateful. Fortunately, you saved me. Thank you so much. Feifei tilted its head and looked at her for a moment. It then jumped down and kicked the stone tablet away with its short hind legs. It then shook its head at her. This thing can't be touched. Emotienga guessed its meaning from her divine comprehension. Feifei whimpered twice, but it still approached her and put its hand on hers. That wonderful power appeared again, and very soon, Emotienga regained her calmness. All right, I understand. The existence of the contract made them trust each other. So Emotienga trusted Feifei without any hesitation. She ignored the stone tablet and continued to search Ren Yufeng's Qianquan bag. There were still a lot of things inside. Spirit stones, materials, magic tools. There wasn't anything special. There were just a lot of spirit stones and good materials. But the magic tools were very ordinary. Right. After Ren Yufeng cultivated the evil technique, he never used magic tools. His dead aura was his best means of attack. As for these spirit stones and materials, he must have plundered them in Linhai all these years, right? Spirit stones aside, there were a lot of beast cores and materials unique to the Eastern Sea, so that should be the case. Mo Tiange thought about it, and decided to return this Qingquan bag to Wei Haolan. She didn't care about these materials, and she didn't lack spirit stones, but for Bishuan Court, which had just been rebuilt, these were timely help. Chapter 222. In the past 2 days, the wandering Bishuan Court disciples came back one after another. What was gratifying was that most of the foundation building cultivators were still alive, but there were more troublesome matters ahead. First of all, many foundation building cultivators objected to Bishuan Court's decision to no longer accept only female disciples. This tradition had been going on for several thousand years, so they were already used to it. Although Wei Haolan was quite famous, she was still a foundation-building cultivator. There weren't many foundation-building male cultivators in the group, and after the disaster, there were even fewer, so they didn't have much confidence in their words. Nevertheless, after this disaster, Wei Haolan's temperament was much stronger than it was 20 years ago. She forcefully suppressed all the opposing voices and expressed that this was the 2 elders' idea. In addition, there were also some people who were angry because the 6 of them hid in the Dao-achieving pagoda and abandoned everyone else. However, the 2 elders were the ones who made this decision, so they didn't dare to disrespect them, so they made things difficult for Wei Haolan. Mo Tiange made 2 moves, which made these people realize that although the core formation elders were gone, the new elders weren't to be trifled with. In the end, these people were finally convinced. 2 days later, Bishuan Court's reconstruction ceremony was held as scheduled. Early in the morning, Bishuan Court's gate was opened, and non-sect disciples poured in. After these individual cultivators were tested on their spiritual roots and cultivation levels, those who were allowed to join the group went to the square and lined up. Bishuan Court didn't have strict requirements for disciples. Even those with 5 spiritual roots could join as long as they weren't too weak, and could only stay in the first or second layer of the aura refining realm their whole lives. Soon, the total number of Bishuan Court disciples exceeded 1,000, including the original disciples who returned. In the past 20 years, Ren Yufeng established the Divine Dragon Sect. If there was anyone who didn't obey him, he would kill them to cultivate his dead aura. The cultivators in Linhai either died or fled, so there weren't many of them left. Being able to accept so many disciples was already very good. This was also the 2 elders' intention. First, Bishuan Court suffered heavy casualties, and there were only a few cultivators in Linhai. If they weren't willing to open their gate, Bishuan Court would weaken little by little until it couldn't be saved. Secondly, although Shangguan Yunhao's matter was caused by his own bad intentions, Bishuan Court's rules weren't without its drawbacks. If male cultivators could also obtain the same status as female cultivators, there would be a lot fewer inducements for male cultivators. After taking everything into consideration, it was inevitable that Bishuan Court would change the way they managed their group. If they remained stagnant, they'd only walk step by step towards death. From now on, Bishuan Court's transporting formation would be open to the public. As long as one could afford the transportation fee, everyone could use the transporting formation. In addition, the disciples of the sect had to go out and travel before they advanced to the next stage to increase their knowledge. These were all things the 2 elders explained to them one by one before they left the pagoda. These past few years, Wei Haolan and Mo Tiange had a lot of exchanges, so she learned a lot about Kunwu Cultivation Group's management methods. She already had a feeling about them, so she agreed to them one by one. As for the problem of brain drain, it was unnecessary to worry about it. Linhai lacked resources and Kunwu also didn't lack impoverished areas. However, although there weren't any big cultivation groups in those impoverished areas, there were still small and medium-sized cultivation groups, so they could still survive. Besides, the terrain of the Eastern Sea was special, so it was very difficult to obtain some beast cores and materials from the sea in Kunwu. If things went well, it might be a new source of income. In short, after experiencing the crisis of extermination, the two elders had already gotten over it. Wei Haolan also got over it. Bishuan court would only be finished if they didn't communicate with the outside world. Mo Tiange sighed inwardly. In fact, Mo Yaoqing's original intention in establishing a cultivation group for female cultivators was good. However, as time went by, things often changed, so the people in power had to constantly adjust. Brilliant people in power had to understand the principle that things changed with the passage of time. Bishuan court's set of rules had been in place for several thousand years, so it was time to change them. At noon, all the cultivators finished their tests. A new batch of disciples lined up in the square, waiting for the sect head's instructions. The eliminated cultivators, however, were reluctant to leave because they wanted to witness Bishuan court's rarely seen event. Wei Haolan and the other foundation-building cultivators were all very cautious today. Their clothes were luxurious, and their makeup was exquisite. Even Mo Tiange changed out of her Taoist robe and put on Bishuan court's uniform to match the occasion. In any case, her identity today was Bishuan court's guest elder, so she had to show her sincerity. They first paid their respects to the group's founder, then cremated the two elders' corpses and enshrined them in the ancestral temple. Moreover, their memorial tablets were placed on the same level as the only elder who advanced to the nascent soul realm aside from the founder, indicating that the two elders' contributions to Bishuan court were no less than those of nascent soul cultivators. After the mourning was over, Wei Haolan announced a series of decisions. Disciples, Bishuan court will be rebuilt today. From now on, male and female cultivators will be treated equally. There will no longer be any difference. New disciples will be divided into official disciples and part-time disciples. Part-time disciples who pass the test can become official disciples. Every 10 years, a group competition will be held. The winners will receive foundation-building pills, which will no longer be decided by the elders of the group. Then there was the issue of treatment. During this great calamity, Bishuan court suffered disastrous losses. None of our core formation elders survived. Before Elder Qingyi and Elder Qingmiao passed away, they invited fellow Taoist Yi Xiaotian to become Bishuan court's guest elder. From now on, every disciple of our group must respect her, as if she were a core formation elder. At this point, Wei Haolan looked towards Mo Tiange. Mo Tiange took a few steps forward, then cupped her hands slightly, performing a half salute. Seeing as Mo Tiange didn't want to speak, Wei Haolan spoke again. Elder Ye's cultivation level is outstanding, and she's very capable. She can be considered the #1 cultivator below the core formation realm. With her here, presumably, Bishuan court can develop with peace of mind. As she said that, Wei Haolan's gaze swept over several restless foundation-building cultivators as a warning. Although Mo Tiange felt Wei Haolan's words were a bit exaggerated, she still calmly accepted it. In Bishuan court, she indeed didn't fear any cultivators. Wei Haolan only said that to warn the restless disciples. Because all the core formation elders in our group have passed away, we've decided to choose 2 temporary elders among the foundation-building cultivators to take on the responsibilities of elders until a new core formation elder appears. Upon hearing what she said, more than 10 foundation-building cultivators all raised their heads and stared at her. They'd long heard about this matter. As elders, they had a lot more offerings compared to ordinary cultivators, so every single one of them wanted to be an elder, but they didn't know how to choose one. Wei Haolan's gaze was calm. She didn't immediately say, "Junior martial brothers and sisters, we'll discuss this matter in detail later." Soon after, she said some words of encouragement to the disciples before announcing the end of the ceremony. But the end of the ceremony was only the beginning of the bustling process. With so many new disciples, Immortal's caves had to be arranged. Most of Bishuan court's original disciples were female cultivators, so they also had to be rearranged and separated from the male cultivators. Wei Haolan's feet didn't touch the ground during such a bustling process. Mo Tiange couldn't help with these matters, and she also didn't like it, so she returned to the residence arranged for her to rest. She couldn't go to the Dao Achieving Pagoda for the time being, Although she even went to the most secretive 7th floor, that was, after all, an expedient move. She was only a guest elder, and wasn't a real member of Bishuan court, so there were still some matters she needed to avoid. Now that there were no core formation elders in the group, Wei Haolan also discussed with her about how to handle the Dao Achieving Pagoda. Bishuan court had suffered disastrous losses. Aside from recruiting new disciples, the most important thing right now was to cultivate core formation cultivators again. Only with core formation cultivators would the group have some confidence. Wei Haolan's idea was to take advantage of the opportunity of selecting temporary elders to choose 5 foundation building cultivators to live in the Dao Achieving Pagoda. She would then assign the 2nd to 6th floors to them and help them form their gold cores with all their might. The Dao Achieving Pagoda was full of spiritual aura. Not all of them could form their gold cores, but it was very possible for 1 or 2 of them to form their gold cores. Emotienga approved of this idea. However, this didn't have much to do with her. As long as Bishuan court was on the right track, she could leave Linhai and return to Kunwu. She never expected that an ordinary experiential learning would take more than 20 years. She also didn't know how her acquaintances at Xianqing school were doing. Did they miss her and worry about her? Oh right. Before she left, Master asked for a drop of her blood essence, so he should know she was fine. However, she hadn't returned yet. Did he come out to look for her? She was about to leave, but she couldn't calm down. She'd waited for 20 years, but at the last moment, she couldn't sit still anymore. She wished she could give up everything and fly back to Xianqing school. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a voice came from the door. Senior Yi, are you there? Emotienga frowned slightly. This voice. Right, it was Ilu's voice. She opened the formation and the door. Sure enough, she saw the 2 sisters standing outside. Senior Yi, it's really you. The 2 sisters called out in surprise. Emotienga was also quite surprised and happy. She didn't expect they'd come back safe and sound. It's you. Quickly come in and sit. Ilu and Ichio beamed with joy and nodded hurriedly. Upon entering the room, the 2 of them looked around then said, Senior, why is the room so messy? Should we tidy it up? Emotienga couldn't help but laugh. We haven't seen each other for 20 years, yet you want to tidy up the room as soon as you see me? You're really fated to be mates. Your cultivation levels aren't bad, so you should be official disciples now, right? You don't have to help me with these things. Ichio was a bit embarrassed. We're used to it, Ilu smiled. Senior, you're an elder of Bishuan court now. Even if we're official disciples, we should still do some things for you. Right. Ichio promptly stood up. Senior, please take a seat. We'll talk to you while we tidy up. All right. Since they were so enthusiastic, she couldn't keep refusing them. Right back then. Did you escape? Were you injured? The 2 sisters were silent for a while before Ilu sighed and said, Back then, we were guarding the concocting room, so we were watching it from the beginning. Fortunately, Ichio and I didn't die, we were just seriously injured. Later, when the school was in chaos, us seriously injured disciples took advantage of our familiarity with the terrain to escape. And, Ichio continued, elder sister and I didn't dare to return to the school, so we hid on a small island in the sea. That island didn't have any spirit veins, so no cultivators came to it. It was very safe. Fortunately, we exchanged a lot of medicinal pills with Senior, so we hid on that island all these years to heal our injuries. You hid like that for 20 years. Ilu smiled bitterly. We also came back once. At that time, the whole of Linhai was in chaos. Whether it was our group's disciples or individual cultivators, if they ran into that devil, they would most likely be tortured. During that time, all the cultivators in Linhai went into hiding. It was very difficult to see a single cultivator in Linhai town. Yes, aside from some shameless cultivators who relied on that devil, we cultivators living in exile were unprecedentedly united. We kept each other informed, so we could survive. This could also be considered a blessing and misfortune. Really? Emotienga was a bit surprised. She originally thought those individual cultivators would dislike Bishuan court cultivators because they attracted such a disaster. That's right. Ichio smiled and said, In fact, our Bichuan court's reputation among individual cultivators wasn't very good before. However, in the past 20 years, because we had a common enemy, and were in the same situation, we became a lot closer. This time, the sect head announced that he would abolish the school rules and treat male cultivators equally. So they were very happy. Now, our Bichuan court's reputation has risen greatly. Presumably, will rise again very soon. Chapter 223. Emotienga stayed in Bichuan court for about a month. The matter of rebuilding the group progressed very smoothly. As Yi Lu and Ichio said, Ren Yufeng's matter gave Bichuan court a chance to be reborn. When she arrived in Linhai, Bichuan court was on the decline. There were few people with spiritual roots, and even fewer people with high aptitudes. In addition, they only accepted female cultivators. So male cultivators had to pay a huge price to become official disciples of Bichuan court. The unfair environment created fierce conflicts. Although Bichuan court didn't bully others for no reason, as the only cultivation group in Linhai, it was inevitably overbearing. This kind of overbearingness was whitewashed under the surface of peace, but in fact, undercurrents were turbulent. Once there was a breakthrough, it would lead to a disaster. But no one expected Bichuan court to suffer such a disaster. Its most outstanding disciple, who was also most likely to advance to the core formation realm, rebelled. 3 core formation elders all died. And the group was almost exterminated. The individual cultivators in Linhai were also unlucky. They also lived in fear, so they resolved their conflicts and stood together. In addition, after Bichuan court was rebuilt, Wei Haolan announced the abolition of the group rule of only accepting female cultivators, which further promoted the change of Bichuan court's image. From now on, Bichuan court wasn't just a cultivation group for female cultivators. It was also a cultivation group in Linhai. As for the group itself, 2 temporary elders had been decided, and one of them was Tang Shen. This guy cultivated diligently for 20 years and made rapid progress. Coupled with the fact that there were no more talented people, he unexpectedly became the #1 expert in Bichuan court. The weak young master who had a handsome face and was hostile to all male cultivators in the past was actually reborn. It was really surprising. This was also good for Emotienga. Now that Tang Shen had grown up, Wei Haolan wouldn't be alone and helpless, so she could leave sooner. Thus, Emotienga bid farewell to Wei Haolan. Wei Haolan actually wanted to ask her to stay, but seeing that Emotienga was determined to leave, and that she indeed stayed in Linhai for too long, she didn't say much. In the end, they went through trials and tribulations together, and now they were comrades in the same boat. So before leaving, Wei Haolan personally came to see her off. Elder Yi, these are the offerings for the elders in the group. After you leave, we might not see each other for several decades, so I'll give them to you this time. Seeing Wei Haolan's sincere smile, Emotienga took the Qingquan bag and touched it. This amount was at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. For the cultivators of Linhai, it was a huge sum of money. Sect leader, the sect has just been rebuilt, and spirit stones are of great use. 10,000 spirit stones is not a small amount. Is it okay to give it to me? Wei Haolan smiled and said. If it was a few days ago, I might have been reluctant. But now it doesn't matter. Oh, Emotienga was puzzled. Why is that? Wei Haolan deliberately didn't say it. Why don't you guess? Emotienga pondered for a moment. Could it be that you found some kind of treasure? That's right, Wei Haolan said with a smile. A few days ago, a disciple of the sect came to report that a spirit stone mine was discovered in the sea. It's not far from the sea, and there aren't any high-level demonic beasts. It's completely possible to excavate it. Really? Emotienga was pleasantly surprised. This was really timely assistance. Congratulations, congratulations. Same to you, Wei Haolan said with a smile. Indeed, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. Our Bichuan court didn't collapse during this calamity. Now, we're experiencing one happy event after another. That being the case, I can leave with peace of mind. Wei Haolan seemed a bit reluctant to part with Emotienga. Elder Yi, I'm really a bit reluctant to see you leave. Emotinga smiled and said, whether you're willing or not, we'll meet again eventually. So you'll come back? Since I accepted the position of guest elder, I'll naturally come back to visit if I have time. Wei Haolan nodded then sighed. I know cultivators shouldn't be so persistent. Elder Yi is so magnanimous, so I'm sure you'll succeed in forming your gold core. Emotinga pursed her lips into a smile. Whether I succeed or not depends on the will of the heavens. She paused for a moment then said, when I return this time, I'll directly enter closed-door meditation until I form my gold core. I think even if we can meet again, it'll probably be several decades later. She was now in the late stage of the foundation building realm, and it would take her at least 10 or 20 years to reach the peak stage of the foundation building realm. If she failed to form her gold core a few more times, although her aptitude wasn't the same as before, things like realm breakthroughs weren't foolproof. Wei Haolan asked, then what should we do if we want to find you? Can we go to Xianqing school? Emotinga thought for a moment then took out a jade talisman from inside her robe. This is a 10,000 miles sound-transmitting talisman. I sealed a strand of my divine sense inside it. If you need me for something urgent, just crush it. I'll immediately sense it, and I'll rush over as fast as I can. She thought for a moment then said, if you want to find me, just go to Xianqing school and ask to see me. I'm a disciple of Lord Taoist Jinghe of Clear Spring Peak. My name is Emotinga. Wei Haolan took the sound-transmitting talisman and thought for a moment. Elder Yi, you said you were a disciple of Lord Taoist Xianin? I didn't remember wrong, right? Emotinga had no choice but to apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't tell you the truth. In fact, my master is Lord Taoist Jinghe, and Lord Taoist Xianin is my master's first disciple. Before I built my foundation, I was always taught by this senior martial brother of mine. I see. Wei Haolan sighed. Your senior martial brother is also a nascent soul cultivator. It seems your master is quite amazing. My master is very good. When she thought of Lord Taoist Jinghe, a faint smile appeared on her face. It had been more than 20 years since they last met. She really missed that unreliable master of hers. Although he was always disrespectful, always did some ridiculous things, had an eccentric temper, and was as fickle as a child, he always treated her sincerely. The two of them chatted for a while before they finally went to the transporting formation. Wei Haolan led Emotinga through many twists and turns before they finally arrived at an inconspicuous small building. This small building was obviously dilapidated, but there were intact formations outside. Wei Haolan spent some effort to open these restrictions. Emotinga was amazed. Sect head, is the transporting formation here? She heard the transporting formation leading to the outside was very mysterious. In the past 20 years, Ren Yufeng also wanted to use this formation to go to the outside world, but he never found it. It was actually in this ordinary small building. Wei Haolan smiled and said, you didn't expect this, did you? In fact, we didn't go this way. There's a tunnel leading to this place in the main hall of the conference hall. If there are disciples going out, they'll use that tunnel. We only send a group of disciples out every few years, and they're all our trusted disciples, so the secret is well protected. Emotinga nodded. She looked around, but in her heart, she recalled Yen Ruoshu and the others she met in Ziwei's Immortal's Cave. When she first met them, she never expected she would have this kind of entanglement with Bishuan Court. She also never expected she would become Bishuan Court's guest elder. It just so happened that Bishuan Court went through a catastrophe in the past 20 years. Too many disciples went missing, so no one asked about their whereabouts. However, she didn't need to worry about this matter. In any case, the deaths of Yen Ruoshu and the others had nothing to do with her. Sect head Elder Yi. After entering the small building, they followed the stone steps to the underground. The disciple guarding the tunnel bowed to them. Wei Haolan nodded then led Emotinga to the innermost room. This was an extremely complicated star atlas formation. There were specks of light on it, which coincided with some kind of astrology. Upon closer inspection, there were some special differences. Upon seeing Emotinga's gaze, Wei Haolan said, Demonic Mountain has strange restrictions. so ordinary transporting formations can't send people there. I heard from the elders that this transporting formation is a kind of ancient transporting formation. I don't know where the patriarch found it. So that's how it is. Mo Yaoqing's attainments in formations were indeed quite outstanding. Unfortunately, there weren't many records in her notebook. Elder Yi, Wei Haolan didn't immediately send Mo Tiange into the transporting formation. She frowned slightly, but in the end, she couldn't help but laugh. Even if you escort a gentleman for 1,000 miles, you'll have to part in the end. I'm being naggy again. Mo Tiange also laughed. After getting along with Wei Haolan for 20 years, Mo Tiange really liked her temperament. She was decisive, valued benefits, liked to weigh the pros and cons, and was ruthless. But she was also heroic and straightforward. No one was perfect. Among cultivators, it was really not easy to meet such a woman. Wei Haolan pondered for a while, then said, "In these 2 years, how about I hide your whereabouts and just say you're in closed-door meditation? Although Junior Marshal Brother Tang's not bad now, he's still a bit too inexperienced." Mo Tiange nodded subconsciously, but when she regained her composure, she smiled and said, "Sect head, why do your words sound so awkward to me? Junior Marshal Brother Tang's a bit older than me. Age doesn't matter in cultivation." Wei Haolan smiled. "Although you're young, you're very mature. This is something Junior Marshal Brother Tang can never catch up to." What she said made Mo Tiange want to reflect on herself. Although I'm young, I'm very mature. What she said, doesn't that mean my mentality is much older than my actual age? Oh, to women, this kind of saying always made them feel like they were aging prematurely. Although as a cultivator, it's better to be a bit mature. When Mo Tiange finally finished speaking, she stepped into the transporting formation. Wei Haolan personally laid down spirit stones. "Then, I'll take my leave first." Wei Haolan smiled. "We'll meet again, Elder Yi." "Oh no, I prefer to call you fellow Taoist Yi." Mo Tiange cupped her hands. The transporting formation shone brightly. At the last moment, Mo Tiange suddenly remembered something. She hurriedly took something out of her Qianquan bag and threw it out. "Sect head, this is..." Before she could finish speaking, she already disappeared into the transporting formation. Wei Haolan was flabbergasted. She picked up the small box on the ground and opened it. Inside were rows of neatly arranged jade bottles. She took out a jade bottle and pulled out the cork. A pleasantly surprised expression flitted across her face. She hastily opened the second jade bottle, then the third. The pleasantly surprised expression on her face became more and more intense. In the end, Wei Haolan hugged the box tightly. She stared at the now empty transporting formation and said, "Elder Yi, thank you." The first bottle contained foundation-building pills. The second bottle contained soul-strengthening pills. The third bottle was the same. These medicinal pills were enough to cultivate a group of foundation-building cultivators. They could even support a foundation-building cultivator, all the way to the peak stage of the foundation-building realm. In the end, this Elder Yi didn't accept Bichuan Court's offerings for nothing. When the light from the transporting formation dissipated, Mo Tiange was already standing on Kunwa's land. She softly sniffed the rich spiritual aura in the air, then looked at the stretch of high mountains in the distance. "Kunwu, it's indeed Kunwu. I'm finally back." Before she could calm her excitement, a ray of light appeared in the distant sky. This ray of light was getting closer and closer, brighter and brighter. It was actually a glowing feather. Mo Tiange reached out her hand. The feather fell into her palm and turned into a talisman. This was Xianqing School's summoning talisman. Chapter 224. School summoning talismans were mainly divided into 2 types. One was the disciple summoning talisman, which was used to communicate with fellow disciples. Once this talisman was sent out, all the disciples within a certain range would receive it. Disciples who were away from home could receive several before leaving the mountain. The other type was the master summoning talisman. Once this talisman was sent out, as long as one had a Xianqing School identity tablet, they could receive it no matter where they were in the celestial pole. However, this talisman was very difficult to make, and it required a lot of people. So generally speaking, It wouldn't be used casually. The first talisman Emo Tienga received was the Master Summoning Talisman. It had been 22 years since she left Mount Taikong. But as soon as she set foot on Kunwa's land, she actually received the Master Summoning Talisman. Emo Tienga frowned slightly and unfolded the talisman. Xianqing school disciples, listen to my order. All disciples in the foundation building realm and above, regardless of whether they have errands or not, are to put down whatever they're doing and return to Mount Taikong before the 6th day of the 6th month. There was only such a simple command, and no reason was mentioned at all, causing Emo Tienga to be dumbfounded. Xianqing School had more than 200 foundation building disciples in total. Although many of them died in the demonic beast riot several decades ago, it had been more than 30 years, so they should have almost recovered. In addition to the foundation building disciples who managed the shops and were ordered to run errands outside, there must be about 300 disciples in total. Why did they summon so many disciples back to the mountain? Moreover, many of Xianqing School's important industries were managed by foundation building cultivators outside. If they were all summoned back, a lot of things would come to a standstill. Was this matter that serious? Emo Tienga shook her head and flicked her fingers, igniting the talisman in her hand. A spiritual light was emitted from the burnt talisman and flew towards the sky. This was the reply from the Master Summoning Talisman. At the same time, a similar spiritual light streaked across the sky. Emo Tienga smiled when she saw it. Seems like a fellow disciple is also here. That's good. She soared up and flew towards the place where the spiritual light came from. Before long, her divine sense sensed someone flying towards her. As soon as their divine senses came into contact, they quickly flew towards each other. The person was indeed a Xianqing School disciple. When he saw her from afar, he saluted. Senior Martial Sister. It was a young man in the early stage of the foundation building realm. Although he called her Senior Martial Sister, his expression and tone were a bit arrogant. Looking at this person's appearance, he was no more than 17 or 18 years old, so he must be very young. A young talent would always be a little arrogant, but this was nothing. With a faint smile on her face, Emo Tienga also raised her hand to return his salute. Junior Martial Brother, greetings. The two met in the air and stood still, sizing each other up. The young man realized that she was still a young girl, but he didn't take it to heart. Among the female cultivators of the large sex, there were many who cultivated youth-retaining techniques. Even if they couldn't maintain their youthful looks, they could still afford to buy look-preserving pills. This senior sister has also received a message from the sect, and is returning to the sect? The young man asked. Of Emo. The youth smiled and said, in that case, how about we travel together? Emo fellow Emo Su's sect, Emo and Emo Master Su. Emo. As they set off on their journey back, the young man introduced himself. My surname is Lan, and my name is a single character Ling. I'm a disciple of Sweet Dew Peak. May I know senior's name? Lan Ling? The corners of Emo Tienga's mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. With such a girly name, it was no wonder he had to emphasize that it was the Ling from Chioling. My name is Emo Tienga, a disciple of Clear Spring Peak. Oh, so it's senior sister from Clear Spring Peak. The young man tilted his head and looked at her again. Senior Martial Sister, are you here to travel, or to handle some matters? Traveling. Emo Tienga gave him a simple explanation, then asked. Junior Martial Brother Lan, what's this place? Ha! Astonishment flashed in Lan Ling's eyes. Senior Martial Sister Emo is here. But you actually don't know where this place is? Emo Tienga shook her head softly. I came here through a transporting formation, but I haven't had time to ask around. Oh, I see, Lan Ling said. This is the southeast of Kunwu, not far from Tiandao sect. Upon hearing this answer, Emo Tienga was dumbfounded. So it's here. What's going on here? Lan Ling was curious. Wasn't this place near Yunwu sect? However, she didn't have the time, nor was she in the mood to return to Yunwu sect, so she only said faintly, I've been here before. Oh, Lan Ling nodded, then didn't say anything else. He could see that Emo Tienga wasn't a talkative person, and he himself was quite arrogant. Even if she was a senior martial sister in the late stage of the foundation building realm, he still disdained flattering her. Emotienga was happy to see this, so the two of them focused on hurrying on their journey. They were now in the southeast of Kunwu, and Xianqing School happened to be in the west of Kunwu. On their way back, they met some fellow disciples one after another. 2 became 3, 3 became 4, and finally, the number of people traveling with them reached 8. There were so many people, and among them, there were some who liked to talk, so they started to chatter all the way. Emotienga hadn't been back for more than 20 years, so she didn't know so many things happened in the school, so she listened with great interest. For example, Grandmaster Jinyang and Grandmaster Lingxi wanted to betroth their favorite disciples, Martial Uncle Bai and Martial Uncle Jiang. However, when Martial Uncle Bai found out about this, he disliked Martial Uncle Jiang for being unruly and refused to agree. When Martial Uncle Jiang heard about this, the whole world was turned upside down. The Martial Uncle Bai and Martial Uncle Jiang they were talking about should be junior martial sister Jiang, the disciple of Bai Yanfei and Lord Taoist Lingxiu. Emotienga had heard about junior martial sister Jiang before. She was Martial Uncle Lingxiu's blood-related descendant, and was doted on since she was a child, so she was unruly and willful. In Drifting Cloud Peak, she was like a little overlord. Even in other peaks, no one dared to say anything about her. Someone asked, "This Martial Uncle Jiang is still young. Our Xianqing school doesn't focus on lust between men and women. Even for dual cultivation, we usually only consider it after we reach the core formation realm. Right? Why do you want to betroth them now?" The person who spoke was an old man. Although this old man was quite old, and his hair was already white, he was very talkative. Emotienga didn't know where he heard this rumor, but these days, he was always gossiping with others. Now he said with a smile, "Junior martial brother, don't forget how old Grandmaster Lingxiu is. He's about to pass away." Emotienga nodded secretly when she heard what he said. That's right. This Grandmaster Lingxiu's lifespan is almost up, so he's anxious to find a backer for his beloved descendant, right? Unfortunately, junior martial sister Jiang is too unruly. I'm afraid she'll let him down. Oh, so that's how it is. The previous person understood. Grandmaster Lingxiu looks very spirited, but he's actually about to pass away. The old man stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes. In any case, Grandmaster Lingxiu is a nascent soul cultivator. As long as he doesn't pass away, his cultivation level is solid. Unfortunately, once Grandmaster Lingxiu passes away, the number of nascent soul cultivators in our Xianqing school will be reduced to 5 again. Someone else interrupted. What's wrong with that? Several of our martial uncles are already in the late stage of the core formation realm. They'll soon be able to advance to the nascent soul realm, right? As he spoke, he counted with his fingers. Martial Uncle Danning of Drifting Cloud Peak, Martial Uncle Yuanin of Soul's Retreat Peak, Martial Uncle Shoujing of Clear Spring Peak, and Martial Uncle Lingxi of Sweet Dew Peak. These martial uncles are all in the late stage of the core formation realm. Haha. The old man raised his head and laughed. You guys, how long ago was this news? Let me tell you, Martial Uncle Danning and Martial Uncle Shoujing are already in the peak stage of the core formation realm. They'll be forming their nascent souls soon. Upon hearing what he said, several people in the same group looked towards the old man. Even Lan Ling, who disdained to talk to him, and Emotienga, who had been quietly listening, also cast their gazes on him. Cultivators forming their nascent souls was a major event for cultivation groups. Not to mention small and medium-sized cultivation groups. Even large cultivation groups like theirs would strengthen their vigilance and activate the Great Mountain Protecting Formation. Once a cultivator was ready to form his or her nascent soul, they would be in a half-sealed state to prevent people from causing trouble. Having so many people paying attention to him all of a sudden, the old man's gossipy heart was satisfied. You guys don't know? An impatient person urged. We've either been traveling outside for several years, or we're usually so busy that we don't even know. Senior Martial Brother Yen, quickly tell us. The old man was very proud of himself. Alright, I'll tell you. Based on our current situation at Xianqing School, Grandmaster Lingshu's lifespan is said to only have about 10 years left, so he's in a hurry to marry martial uncle Jiang to a young junior like martial uncle, by who has a backer and a bright future. That way, even if he passes away, he won't have to worry about martial uncle Jiang causing any trouble. Senior martial brother Yan, get to the point, someone urged impatiently. Although martial uncle Jiang's matter also sounded very interesting, it was nothing compared to someone forming their nascent soul in the school. Young people are really impatient. The old man glared at that person, then continued to speak, neither too fast nor too slow. A nascent soul cultivator passing away has a profound impact on the school, especially after Grandmaster Xianyin formed his nascent soul, which greatly improved Xianqing School's strength. At this time, our Grandmasters naturally don't want to just watch Grandmaster Lingshu pass away. But how can they stop something like passing away? Longevity pills aren't that easy to obtain. This old man was really long-winded. Listening to him, Emo Tiange really wanted to grab his collar and shake him hard to shake off all his nonsense. She definitely wasn't the only one with this idea, but this old man wasn't threatened at all. In the end, they were from the same school, and they couldn't do such a thing. So she had no choice but to let him continue to be noisy. After a long time, he finally got to the actual content. Since that's the case, there's no other way. Grandmaster Lingshu can't hold on for more than a few years, so we can only let the core formation martial uncles, who have hopes of forming their nascent souls, speed up their cultivation. In addition to martial uncle Danning, martial uncle Shoujing, martial uncle Yuanin, and martial uncle Lingxi, only advanced to the late stage in the last 50 years. This is all because of the support of nascent soul grandmasters. Then, he talked about several hundred words of nonsense before he got to the main point. It hasn't been long since martial uncle Yuanin and martial uncle Lingxi advanced to the late stage, and it'll be a while before they can form their nascent souls. Martial uncle Danning stayed in the late stage for 100 years, and finally reached the peak stage of the core formation realm 2 years ago. As for martial uncle Shoujing, he just reached the peak stage of the core formation realm not long ago. Martial uncle Shoujing had been in seclusion for 35 years. Ever since he returned from the demonic beast riot 35 years ago, he had been in seclusion. Martial uncle Shoujing's talent really can't be underestimated. Among the few of us, I'm afraid there are some people with better spiritual roots than him, but we're still struggling in the foundation establishment realm. Not only has he formed his gold core, he's going to form his nascent soul very soon. Senior brother Yan, someone couldn't help but say. We all know about martial uncle Shoujing. There's no need to keep talking about it, right? The other 7 people all had the same expression, so senior martial brother Yan could only shut his mouth. Fine. In any case, you know martial uncle Shoujing and martial uncle Danning are already in the peak stage of the core formation realm, and can form their nascent souls. That's it. The 7 of them were speechless. Under the gazes of the 7 people, the old man surnamed Yen cried out in grievance. You wanted it to be concise, so that's it. After a moment of silence, someone else asked, can martial uncle Danning and martial uncle Shoujing successfully form their nascent souls? Who knows? Senior martial brother Yin quickly chimed in. Forming the nascent soul? It's not like building one's foundation. As long as one's aptitude isn't too bad, one can always take foundation building pills and eventually succeed. Forming one's nascent soul can only depend on the will of the heavens. It doesn't have much to do with aptitude. That was true. Building one's foundation was the first threshold of cultivation. Although most cultivators stayed in the aura refining realm their whole lives, for disciples of cultivation groups like them, as long as they were a bit serious and had a bit of luck, the possibility of them building their foundation was still quite high. But when it came to forming one's nascent soul, there were too many examples that proved the will of the heavens was unpredictable. Chapter 225. When Mo Tiange mentioned nascent soul, several foundation-building cultivators chatted all the way back to Mount Taikong. Even their initial fear of the school's mishap had faded. In fact, aside from encountering fellow disciples, there was nothing unusual along the way. If something happened to Xianqing School, the whole of Kunwu wouldn't be so peaceful. Mo Tiange heard a lot of news on the way. Now, at least she knew her master was safe, and her senior martial brother Shoujing was going to advance to the nascent soul realm soon. Thinking of this, she remained silent, unable to describe her feelings. She was about to form her gold core, but he was about to form his nascent soul. The distance was always so far. Nevertheless, she would never be impatient for this matter. After so many years, she firmly remembered her master's teachings. She was now a genius, so she didn't have to worry about failing to advance to the next realm because of her lifespan. Martial Uncle Xianin, even if he was extremely talented, he just needed to walk steadily step by step. Melancholy flashed across her heart, but she quickly controlled it. Compared to the great Tao of immortality, a slight change in her heart was really nothing. Besides, that kind of acquaintance would always leave a knot in her heart. That being the case, why should she insist on something that was originally imperfect? After traveling day and night, they finally arrived at Mount Taikong after a month. Under their feet was a majestic mountain range, a sea of clouds, spiritual aura, and immortal aura. The main peak was thousands of feet high, surrounded by 6 slightly shorter peaks that looked like a blooming lotus. Countless roof tiles and eaves were hidden in the forest, and disciples in white and blue robes came and went. After leaving for more than 20 years, she finally came back. Mo Tiange looked at everything under her feet with nostalgia. Crossing tens of thousands of miles from the eastern territory of Kunwu reminded her of when she hadn't built her foundation yet. It took her no less than 2 months to travel from Yunwu sect to Xianqing School. That person looked cold, but was very considerate. He knew her cultivation level was too low and she couldn't stand traveling day and night. So, senior martial brothers and sisters, the patrolling cultivators came and saluted them. You must be tired from the journey. Please go back to your caves and rest. Among them, the old man surnamed Yen was very gossipy. He hurriedly pulled the leading foundation-building cultivator and asked, Senior martial brother, may I ask why the school called us back? The leading cultivator shook his head and said, The grandmasters of the various peaks will explain this to you in detail. It's not my place to comment. Sorry, everyone, please go back first. The other party's refusal was so obvious that the old man had no choice but to follow the crowd into the protective mountain formation and return to their respective peaks. Mo Tiange stopped in midair for a moment. She raised her head to look at the semi-defensive Great Mountain Protecting Formation, then lowered her head to look at Mount Taikong, which didn't seem to have changed at all from more than 20 years ago. While descending towards Clear Spring Peak, she pondered in her heart that this was indeed what Old Man Yen said. Someone was about to attempt to form their nascent soul. However, even if there were cultivators in the school who were trying to form their nascent souls, they wouldn't summon all the foundation-building cultivators back. When martial Uncle Xianin formed his nascent soul back then, the school was only slightly more heavily guarded. Since she couldn't think of a reason, she shook her head and threw these thoughts to the back of her mind. In any case, she was already back. Wouldn't she just have to ask? Her uncouth master was the Grand Master of Clear Spring Peak. Even if other people didn't know the inside story, she would know. While he was lost in his thoughts, he had already landed. She raised her head to look around. The scenery and buildings around her hadn't changed at all. It was just that the cultivators coming and going didn't recognize her. Back then, she was tossed around by her master and spent several months in Mingxua Hall. She also often went to the main peak to give sermons, so most of the aura-refining disciples in the school recognized her. Especially after she took over Shangqing Palace's affairs. Everyone in Clear Spring Peak respectfully addressed her as Grandmaster Mo, or Martial Uncle Mo, but now, as she walked on Clear Spring Peak, the disciples coming and going only curiously sized her up. When they saw her passing by, they simply stood to the side to make way for her, and even lowered their heads to show their respect to a foundation-building senior. Only a few older aura-refining cultivators called out Grandmaster Mo in astonishment, but they attracted the astonished gazes of the younger cultivators. Mo Tiange showed a faint smile, then raised her head to look at the sky of Clear Spring Peak. It had been 22 years The new generation had replaced the old. These young disciples who had just entered the school and were still busy on Clear Spring Peak didn't recognize her at all. As for those disciples who recognized her, if they hadn't already advanced to the foundation-building realm in the past 22 years, they probably would have also sensed the passage of time and wholeheartedly cultivated, right? For high-level cultivators, the short span of 22 years was the best time for aura-refining cultivators. This, senior martial sister? Just as she was about to enter Shangqing Palace, she was stopped by a disciple guarding the gate. He sized her up from head to toe, his eyes filled with doubt. Senior martial sister, this is Grandmaster Jinghe's Immortal's Cave. You can't enter without being summoned. Mo Tiange was stunned, but she couldn't help but laugh. As it turned out, it wasn't just aura-refining cultivators. Even these foundation-building cultivators didn't recognize her. Her laughter made the disciple guarding the gate unhappy. He said with a straight face, Senior martial sister, Grandmaster has a bad temper. Please leave quickly. Mo Tiange waved her hand. Just as she was about to say something, she heard someone calling out in bewilderment. Martial Uncle Mo? She turned around. It was Wuxia, who often served Lord Taoist Jinghe, and was quite fond of him. Mo Tiange smiled. Wuxia, long time no see. However, Wuxia was startled by her friendly greeting. Back in Shangqing Palace, because these maids were arrogant because they relied on their grandmaster, and because Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua schemed against her, Mo Tiange always treated the 16 of them harshly. If she was angry, she would scold them. Later on, these maids all behaved themselves, but she was too lazy to pay attention to them. She rarely smiled at them. After 22 years of not seeing each other, Wuxia suddenly saw her smiling face, and her voice was so gentle and pleasant. This person was really fake, right? However, Wuxia didn't know that Mo Tiange had been outside for a long time, experienced a lot, and her horizons were broadened. She naturally didn't care about these little grudges from the past. Besides, she hadn't returned for a long time. Now that she saw every blade of grass and every tree in Xianqing School, she was happy, let alone her old acquaintances. What? You don't recognize me? Wuxia examined Mo Tiange up and down, before she finally confirmed her identity. A smile appeared on her face. Martial Uncle Mo, you're finally back. Grandmaster was just wondering why you didn't send a message back for more than 20 years. Mo Tiange showed a faint smile, but before she could answer, she saw the disciple guarding the door looking at her with astonishment. Martial Uncle Mo. Exactly, Wuxia said to the disciple. This is our Grandmaster's last disciple. Martial Uncle Mo hasn't returned for more than 20 years, but you actually stopped her outside. The disciple scratched his head. Although he was embarrassed, he didn't panic. Instead, he respectfully saluted her. Martial Uncle Mo, please forgive me. I've never seen you before, so I didn't recognize you. Please don't blame me. This disciple's words were appropriate. Besides, Mo Tiange wasn't angry, so she naturally wouldn't argue with him. She smiled and said, It's nothing. Can I go in now? The disciple promptly nodded and stepped aside. Mo Tiange dusted off her sleeves, then slowly walked into Shangqing Palace, which she hadn't seen for more than 20 years. Girl, you're finally willing to come back. Her clown master was still half lying on his dragon throne. His face wasn't drooping, and there were no wrinkles on the corners of his eyes. He was still handsome, graceful, noble, and lazy. Right now, he was lazily flipping through a book, and didn't even bat an eyelid. Look, even the gatekeeper doesn't recognize you. Mo Tiange couldn't help but smile at this familiar scene. She brushed her sleeves and knelt down softly. Disciple hasn't returned for more than 20 years, making Master worried. Master, please punish me. Cough cough. Lord Taoist Jinghe swallowed the unchipped plum in his mouth along with the core. He choked so much that his eyes rolled back. Wuxia promptly ran to the front to drink the tea. Grandmaster. After a long time, Lord Taoist Jinghe finally calmed down. He returned the tea to Wuxia, sat up, and glared at Mo Tiange. Damn girl, do you want to choke your master to death? She was still smiling, but her eyes widened innocently. Disciple didn't do anything. I even greeted Master politely. You, after being choked by the plum, Lord Taoist Jinghe was choked again by this sentence, so he could only glare at her angrily. But after glaring for a while, the expression on his face changed into one of joy. Oh, not bad. Not only did you make a realm breakthrough, but your realm is also very stable. And you didn't leave for nothing these past 20 years. Come here, let Master take a look. He waved at her cheerfully. Emotinga stood up and walked towards him. Lord Taoist Jinghe grabbed her wrist and probed her meridians with his spiritual aura. After a while, good, that's right. He quickly examined her body, then let go of her wrist. He picked up a plum and threw it to her. You're obedient. Master rewarded this to you. Emotinga caught the plum, which seemed to have only a little bit of spiritual aura. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Master, as your beloved disciple, I left for more than 20 years and finally came back with great difficulty. Why didn't you ask me anything? Lord Taoist Jinghe picked up another plum and nibbled on it. He said disapprovingly, beloved disciple? Do I have such a thing? He looked her up and down with disgust. You can run and jump. And you're in a good mood after making a realm breakthrough. Do I need to ask you anything? Ask me how I've been in the past 20 years and what I've experienced. As a master, shouldn't you analyze the situation for your disciple? What kind of master was this? She hadn't been back for 20 years. Now that she finally came back from her travels, he gave her a plum as a reward? He didn't even ask her anything. Back then, when she was a nominal disciple of Martial Uncle Xianin, he wasn't like this. There was no need to mention second uncle. Whenever she encountered something, second uncle would analyze the situation for her, tell her what lessons she should learn, and how to deal with it next time. Lord Taoist Jinghe rolled his eyes. What kind of person am I? I can tell you're very well just by touching your meridians. As for what you've experienced, that's for you to understand yourself. What's the use of telling you? You're not a child. Emotinga was stunned, but she soon smiled happily. Yes, she was different now. She wasn't a little cultivator in the aura refining realm, who needed someone to help her walk. And her master wasn't second uncle, or martial uncle Xianin. He had his own way of caring and teaching, so why did he need to insist on the same? Alright then. Emotinga moved a chair and sat in front of him. Since master has nothing to say, disciple has a lot of things to ask. Chapter 226. Alas, why did I accept you as my disciple? Lord Taoist Jinghe looked at her and shook his head with a sigh. I, Qin Jinghe, have been wise all my life, but... Master. Emotinga glared at him. I just want to ask you something. Do you have to be like this? Alas, you're not filial. You actually talk to master like this. Master. If she didn't say anything, he wouldn't stop sighing. Lord Taoist Jinghe glanced at her. Upon seeing her furious expression, he chuckled and said, Tienga ah, master thinks this is more like you. Look at you suddenly kneeling and begging for punishment. Master's heart feels creeped out. Emotinga said everything she wanted to say. What kind of master was this? In other words, if she wasn't fierce, this master would feel his bones were light, and he would feel uncomfortable all over? Enough, she said with a straight face. Master, was everything okay when I wasn't here? What about Jinji? Has he built his foundation? Oh, it's good, it's all good. I didn't let anyone touch your little cave abode. Jinji built his foundation 4 years after you left. He's doing very well now. Emotinga felt a bit relieved when she heard Jinji had built his foundation. Although she secretly left some foundation building pills for him. Jinji's spiritual roots were poor after all. So it was hard to say whether he could build his foundation or not. 22 years had passed, so Jinji should be in his 40s now. If he still hadn't built his foundation, it would be troublesome. Some cultivators didn't fail to build their foundation only because they were old. Usually, it was because they failed for a long time that their mental state became unstable, so they gradually got further and further away from building their foundation. Master, you've been teaching him all these years, right? Ah, teaching him? I don't have that kind of thought. Lord Taoist Jinghe waved the book in his hand indifferently. Emotinga wrinkled her brows. Don't tell me you want Jinji to perish on his own. Seeing that she was about to get angry, Lord Taoist Jinghe smiled flatteringly and said softly, Disciple, don't be angry. Although I didn't manage that stupid boy, I found someone to manage him. Rest assured. Found someone? That's right. Your senior brothers have nothing better to do, so I found one of them to look after your child for you. This was indeed something he would do. Back then, didn't he throw her to martial Uncle Xianin for a long time? Later, because of other matters, he had no choice but to recognize her as his disciple. With a sigh, Emotianga said, Master, since you don't have anything to ask, I'll go back and rest first. All right. He nodded hurriedly. Have a good rest. I'll have them call you if there's anything. Oh, by the way, which senior martial brother is Jinji with? I'll go get him first. This, Lord Taoist Jinghe stared at her then said cautiously, Jinji's already 40 years old now. He's no longer the child from back then, yet you still want to adopt him? Leave him some face as a man. No matter how old he is, he's still my nephew, Emotianga said. Besides, in terms of age, she could indeed be Jinji's mother. Thinking up to this point, she cast a somewhat suspicious glance at him. Master, tell me the truth. What did you do to Jinji? I really didn't, Lord Taoist Jinghe said boldly, and put on a serious face. I'll have someone call him back later, okay? I promise you'll see him in a while. Emotianga stared at her master for a long time then finally nodded. All right, I hope master isn't lying. Hee, how could I? Quickly go and rest. You look tired. Emotianga was persuaded by his seemingly concerned tone. I understand. She turned around and walked a few steps then turned back again. By the way, Lord Taoist Jinghe was startled. Master, do you really have to be this scared? No, I'm not scared. Lord Taoist Jinghe rubbed his nose, his gaze wandering. I said I called Jinji back. What other questions do you have? I just want to ask, what kind of major event happened when the school sent the summoning talisman this time? Upon hearing this question, Lord Taoist Jinghe calmed down. About this major event is indeed a major event. But it's not a bad thing. It's a bit complicated, so I'll tell you later. You should go and rest first. This time, his expression was very firm. Emotianga thought about it. Although Master was unreliable, he never delayed official business. Since that was the case, she'd let him go. All right, Master, I'll believe you this time, but don't let me down. I know. Lord Taoist Jinghe impatiently drove her away. You've just come back, but you're already so annoying. Go and rest. Looking at him, she really didn't believe there was no conspiracy. Emotianga sighed inwardly, then walked towards her Mingxin residence. After she left, Lord Taoist Jinghe hurriedly called, Mingxia. Here. Mingxia hurriedly ran over. Quickly go to that stinky brat's place and get Jinji back. Emotianga naturally didn't know what Lord Taoist Jinghe said. She walked into her small cave and found that nothing had changed. There was a pond in front of the house, a medicinal field in the back, and a row of 5 small houses. There were still only a few tables and chairs in the small living room, a tea set, and 2 books on the table, which she used to read often. In the concocting room, there was the coarse concocting furnace she bought for 15 spirit stones when she first started learning pill concocting. She had never used the tool concocting room, so it was empty and had nothing inside. In the lounge, Jinji's bed was still there, but there was nothing he usually used. Finally, there was her cultivation room. It was still the same as before, but it was clean and tidy. Apparently, someone cleaned it from time to time when she wasn't here. She naturally didn't think those maids did it out of kindness. Maybe it was Master's order, or Jinji's doing it himself. Thinking up to this point, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She picked up an animal skin book from the bookshelf and casually flipped through it. In this place, someone was still thinking about her. Auntie, a somewhat unfamiliar voice came from outside. Emotianga turned around and saw a young man in his 20s running towards her from the door of the cultivation room. He had delicate and pleasant features, and when he smiled, there were 2 small dimples on his cheeks. Auntie, he was extremely happy to see her. Emotianga thought he would jump up like before. But in the end, he just ran towards her with quick steps. You're finally back. The Yi Zhenji in front of her was already a foundation-building cultivator. He still looked young, and his temperament was still gentle, but he gave off a feeling that he was a lot more mature. She stared at him for a long time and finally said, Zhenji, you've grown up. Yi Zhenji grabbed his hair and smiled embarrassedly. Auntie, why did you go out for so long? Of course I've grown up. By the way, why haven't I heard from you for so long? Are you in danger? Are you all right? I was worried to death, but Grandmaster always said I was worried for nothing. Emotienga sat down on the praying mat. She watched as he automatically sat in front of her and chattered about what happened after they parted. She felt warm inside, as if she was under the warm sun in winter. Auntie, why aren't you talking? Yi Zhenji finally noticed her silence after he finished asking a bunch of questions. Emotienga, who had been smiling the whole time, finally answered. Auntie saw that you were talking very happily, so I'll let you talk to your heart's content first. Auntie, Yi Zhenji's expression fell. Why are you acting like master? Master? Emotienga wrinkled her brows slightly. Yi Zhenji ignored that she was actually asking him a question. He impatiently asked again. Auntie, you haven't told me how you've been in the past 22 years. She smiled and thought for a while before answering. I did encounter some things, but I also obtained some fated chances. In the end, it was more daunting than dangerous. I didn't contact you because I was trapped in a place for a long time, but it's all over now, so there's no danger. She casually explained, then asked, What's the matter with the master you mentioned? Who taught you all these years? It's master. Yi Zhenji seemed to be a bit confused about her question. Auntie, after you left, it took me several years to build my foundation. Grandmaster became impatient when he saw me building my foundation, so he sent me to Master's place. At this point he curled his lips, obviously very dissatisfied with this Grandmaster's behavior. He then smiled and said, Fortunately, although Master looks very fierce, he's actually very good. Although Master has been very busy these years, he's always taking care of me. Emotienga had a bad premonition. Who's the master you're talking about? Who else could it be? Don't I only have one master? Yi Zhenji looked puzzled. Emotienga slowly furrowed her brows, remaining silent. Auntie? Yi Zhenji called her cautiously. It's nothing. She slowly smiled. Even if something happened, it wasn't Zhenji's fault. It was that old pervert who schemed against her. This was really strange. She avoided everything because she didn't want to have anything to do with that senior martial brother. So why did that cheap master want to scheme against her? Great. The nephew she raised as a disciple became someone else's disciple just like that. He called him master so intimately, completely unlike how he used to be. Realizing what she was thinking, Emotienga was dumbfounded. She then raised the corners of her mouth in a self-mocking manner. What kind of mentality was she having now? Was she jealous? Because she hadn't come back for more than 20 years, Zhenji now had someone who might be as important as her. So she felt unhappy? Or was it because that person was him? She realized her thoughts were a bit bad. Apparently, as soon as she came back, some emotions that she'd controlled well started to spread involuntarily. She couldn't help but raise her head to look around. There was obviously no trace of them anymore. Zhenji, she asked slowly, how did you get through all these years? How did your master treat you? Seeing that she didn't look unhappy, Yi Zhenji finally relaxed. He thought for a moment, then answered slowly. Auntie, when you sent me to Yi Clan that year, I stayed there for half a year before I came back. With Xiaohu by my side, nothing happened on the way back. After I came back, I smoothly passed the test and obtained a foundation building pill. With Grandmaster's consent, I entered closed-door meditation to build my foundation, but I didn't succeed. Upon seeing him spreading his hands, Emotienga was puzzled. Didn't I give you something to take out when you built your foundation? Auntie, are you talking about that bottle of medicinal pills? Yi Zhenji scratched his head, then said embarrassedly, I was too excited the first time and forgot about it. Upon seeing his expression, Emotienga shook her head helplessly. You could forget anything, but you actually forgot such an important thing. Yi Zhenji said, I've never built my foundation before, so I was too excited. At this point he couldn't help but laugh. Later, when I failed to build my foundation, I found out Auntie secretly left me a foundation building pill. But everyone knew I failed to build my foundation, so it wasn't good for me to enter closed-door meditation again. Moreover, entering closed-door meditation again, right after I failed wasn't good either, so I waited for another 3 years. This time, I finally succeeded. And at least you're not completely stupid. Auntie. Upon seeing his embarrassed expression, Emotinga couldn't help but laugh. Okay, continue. Yi Jinji glanced at her embarrassedly then said, after I built my foundation, I ran into a lot of cultivation problems, so I went to ask Grandmaster. In the beginning, Grandmaster gave me detailed instructions, but later, Grandmaster got impatient after I asked too many questions. He said, Master's already in the late stage of the core formation realm, but he doesn't have a disciple to serve him. As his disciple, how can I be so idle? Then he threw me to Master. Then, how did your master treat you? Master was very good. When he mentioned the word master, Yi Jinji's expression was no longer as disdainful as it was 20 years ago. Instead, it was filled with reverence. Master doesn't like to talk much, and he doesn't like to deal with people. People who don't know him always think he's cold and arrogant, but in fact, he's not like that. When I first went to him, I didn't understand anything and was quite afraid of him. But later I felt Master was very good. He was so busy, but he taught me cultivation patiently and never became impatient. Grandmaster said he wanted me to serve Master, but Master didn't even let me serve him tea or water. Yi Jinji talked nonstop for a long time, but Emotienga didn't say a single word until the end. Auntie, are you unhappy? After a long time, Emotienga finally sighed. No, you're very good. In the end, that old guy still got his way. He probably didn't have good intentions when he suggested that in the beginning, right? Fine. I should be happy that someone is good to Jinji. As for that old guy, don't think he really won. Chapter 227. After they talked about their feelings after parting, Yi Jinji looked at Emotienga and mumbled. He wanted to say something but couldn't. Emotienga was puzzled. What? Is there something you want to say? What can't you say to me? Yi Jinji looked at her awkwardly and said carefully, Auntie, you're back, so I should also come back. But Master treats me so well. If I leave as soon as you come back, wouldn't that be bad? So that's the problem. Emotienga smiled. It's good that you have the heart. Now that you're not a child and a foundation-building cultivator, there's no reason for you to live in my small cave. Besides, he's your master, so you should serve him. But Auntie, Yi Jinji hesitated. I don't want you to live alone. Emotienga shook her head. I'm not a child. Besides, I'm about to enter closed-door meditation to advance to the core formation realm, which will take at least 20 to 30 years. Even if you come back, I can't take care of you. You don't have to feel embarrassed. You should go back, Emotienga said faintly. Since your master treats you well, you should also fulfill your filial duties as a disciple. I'm busy forming my gold core now, so I really can't take care of you. All right. Yi Jinji was in a dilemma, but in the end he listened to her. All right, you've been here for a long time. You should go back now. Got it, Auntie. You just came back, so rest well. I'll come and see you when I have time. Emotienga nodded with a smile and watched him leave. Emotienga was the only one left in the room. Her smile disappeared, and she sat in silence for a while. All kinds of feelings flashed through her heart, but in the end she just sighed. Forget it. In fact, it's better for Jinji this way, and she'll have fewer worries. Lord Taoist Jinghe waited for a long time, but no one came. He couldn't help but mutter, strange, why isn't she here yet? Mingxia, who was waiting on the side, asked, Grandmaster, what are you waiting for? Waiting for that unfilial dead girl. Lord Taoist Jinghe waved his hand impatiently. She's still not here? Did she really change? Martial Uncle Mo. Mingxia was puzzled. Grandmaster, why did Martial Uncle Mo come? Don't you want her to rest? If I give Jinji to that brat, he'll definitely be angry. Lord Taoist Jinghe, who was holding a cup of tea, said with a frown. According to her previous personality, she'd definitely come to throw a tantrum if she was angry. But why didn't she come today? Mingxia was speechless. Having served this grandmaster for decades, she certainly knew what kind of personality the grandmaster had. But to wait for his own disciple to denounce him, was this something a nascent soul grandmaster would do? What kind of expression is that? Lord Taoist Jinghe glared at his maid. Mingxia said, Grandmaster, why do I feel like you just want to make martial Uncle Mo angry? What good will it do her to be angry? Sai, you don't understand. Lord Taoist Jinghe shook his head and said, I've lived for almost 1,000 years. If I don't find some fun for myself, life would be boring. Besides, that girl is a cultivation maniac. I don't want to teach her to be like our stinky brat. Failure once is enough. But she still taught such a disciple. That's my biggest failure. Mingxia blinked her eyes. Why do I feel like you actually want to be a matchmaker? Lord Taoist Jinghe was speechless for a long time after Mingxia hit the nail on the head. Seeing that there was no one around, Mingxia mustered her courage and asked, Grandmaster, didn't you say in the past that the people of the Tao sect who don't engage in dual cultivation have their own benefits? Without any worries, their mental states will be more peaceful? Lord Taoist Jinghe rubbed his nose and said, Dual cultivation also has its advantages. Besides, this matter has to be looked at in detail. That stinky brat obviously has a knot in his heart, so I might as well help him. Not in his heart. Help him. Mingxia didn't understand, but Lord Taoist Jinghe didn't plan to answer. He scratched his head and said, Enough. Go take a look at what that girl is doing. Is she really not angry at all? Angry? Mo Tiange asked herself. Of course she couldn't not be angry. This master of hers clearly wanted to scheme against her. But after thinking about it carefully, she felt it was better to entrust Jinji to someone else in her current state. Now that she was about to form her gold core, there were too many things she had to do. Jinji was already in the foundation building realm, so there wasn't much she could do for him. That being the case, why should she be angry with that unreliable master? It wouldn't benefit her, and would only make other people happy for nothing. Mo Tiange collected her thoughts, and rested for a few days. During this time, she casually dismissed the maids who came to inquire about her. After the incident at Bishuan Court, she had never longed to advance, and become stronger as much as she did now. Later, Yi Jingwen, Luo Fengxue, Han Qingyu, and even Kuang Zhu and the others all sent her summoning talismans to ask about her. Mo Tiange went to visit them one by one. Yi Jingwen's cultivation went smoothly, and he was already in the late stage of the foundation building realm. Although Luo Fengxue didn't make any progress in her cultivation, she became the chief steward of Sweet Dew Peak, and was like a fish in water. Like her, Han Qingyu and Kuang Zhu were already in the peak stage of the foundation building realm, and were waiting to form their gold cores. Zhanbai couldn't advance, so he was in closed-door meditation. His two sworn brothers and sisters, Xiaoguzi and Xiaozue, failed to build their foundations several times, and were now ordered by Kuang Zhu to enter closed-door meditation. They weren't allowed to leave until they built their foundations. By the time she finished her visits, Mo Tiange already had a better understanding of the reason why all foundation-building disciples were summoned back to the school. Martial Uncle Xianin moved to Sweet Dew Peak. As his disciple, Luo Fengxue was also good at managing things, so all the affairs on Sweet Dew Peak were now handled by her. Regarding this matter, Luo Fengxue secretly leaked some information to her. As it turned out, during the school's major competition 20 years ago, when two core formation martial uncles were having a competition, they accidentally caused the mountain wall to collapse, and unexpectedly discovered that there was an extremely secret magic formation hidden in the valley of the main peak. After some investigation, the school head and several core formation elders believed that this magic formation was set up at least more than 100,000 years ago, so they immediately reported this matter to the grandmasters of each peak. Xianqing School had been established for several tens of thousands of years, and it had produced countless astonishing and outstanding people. This formation was actually located deep inside the main peak of Mount Taikong, and hadn't been discovered for several tens of thousands of years. This was too inconceivable. Mo Tiange pondered for a moment, then asked Luo Fengxue, more than 100,000 years ago. Could it be left behind from the Middle Ages era? Luo Fengxue nodded, then shook her head. Several martial uncles have seen it. That's indeed what they think, but they're not sure. According to legend, after several million years in the distant past era, the human world was almost destroyed during the Great War between the immortals and the devils. Only a few people survived, and the immortals and devils were separated from the human world. From then on, it was known as the Middle Ages era. Mo Tiange once heard Lord Taoist Jinghe talk about this ancient legend. Lord Taoist Jinghe believed that the world came from nothing, and that God had always been adjusting the rules of the human world. In the distant past era, God was also in the human world. Later, they discovered that it was best for God not to interfere with the development of the human world. So God left the human world. Then, at the end of the distant past era, the great war between the immortals and the devils led to a catastrophe. This period of time was known as the death of gods. Because the etiquette in the human world collapsed, demons and devils ran amok. But God didn't care. So the human world was almost destroyed. In the end, the immortals and devils who cultivated and achieved the Tao also left the human world. Then came the Middle Ages era. There were no god, immortals, or devils, but there was abundant spiritual aura and resources like in the distant past era. As a result, cultivators and devil cultivators developed too fast, so the righteous and devil cultivators fought again. This time, the world changed, and the sea turned into mulberry fields. Later, the human world finally stabilized. There was no more rich spiritual aura and natural treasures that could be seen everywhere. Whether it was cultivators or devil cultivators, they all struggled to survive. There was no longer any news of people ascending. Righteous and devil cultivators still fought, but they no longer had the power to destroy the world. In the end, Lord Taoist Jinghe said, God is the ruler of the world, while immortals and devils represent good and evil. Good and evil can't coexist since ancient times, so they're natural enemies. Although God doesn't care about the human world anymore, everything in the human world is in their hands. The power of immortals and devils is too great, so they separated the immortal world and the devil world, and let the world be destroyed. Cultivators and devil cultivators are too powerful. So when the Middle Ages era ended, the world changed and the world no longer had abundant spiritual aura. From the moment the world was born, if the development of the human world wasn't satisfactory, it would be destroyed and rebuilt. We're all puppets in God's hands. Even if we're successful in our cultivation, we'll just be higher-level puppets. These words were indeed shocking to foundation-building cultivators. Mo Tiange thought for a long time and asked, then why do we cultivate? What if we can't achieve the great Tao in the end? Lord Taoist Jinghe said, silly girl, even high-level puppets are better than low-level puppets. Besides, the great Tao isn't necessarily hopeless. This is just master's deduction. You've seen deification cultivators. Are they happy? She remembered Zhong Muling and Yuan Bao and said hesitantly, they said they're already equivalent to God in the human world. Correct. The world will always be destroyed and rebuilt. But what does that have to do with us? The distant past era has been millions of years, and the Middle Ages era has been hundreds of thousands of years. Can we live that long? We're not deification cultivators, so how do we know we can't achieve the great Tao? After we become deification, if we can become immortals and reach the immortal world, can we seek the next step? Can we cultivate and become God in the end? In the end, Lord Taoist Jinghe said, as long as there's hope for the great Tao, it's worth fighting for. What does the change in the world have to do with us? In the Middle Ages era, the spiritual aura was as abundant as in the distant past era. Many things were inherited from the distant past era, and were extremely powerful. After discovering this magic formation, several martial uncles and I immersed ourselves in studying it for more than 10 years. In the end, we finally discovered that this magic formation was used by a certain cultivation group in the Middle Ages era to train its disciples. Luo Fengxue pulled Mo Tiange back from her thoughts. Chapter 228. Mo Tiange thought about it and understood what Luo Fengxue meant. In the Middle Ages, spiritual aura and materials were richer than today's. So although those cultivators were in the same realm as today's cultivators, their methods were much more powerful. In particular, cultivators in the core formation realm and above could unleash the full power of magic weapons. And the materials used in those magic weapons were much better than today's. Therefore, core formation and nascent soul cultivators were much weaker than cultivators in the Middle Ages, which was why they couldn't move an inch inside this magic formation. On the other hand, foundation-building cultivators couldn't unleash the full power of magic weapons, even if they used magic weapons, so the gap between them and cultivators in the Middle Ages was smaller. Since that's the case, it's enough to select the foundation-building disciples with high cultivation. Why summon all the foundation-building disciples back? Luo Fengxue said with a smile. This magic formation is very powerful. In the past dozen years, martial uncles have studied it for a long time, but they still couldn't figure out the principle behind it. Once you enter the formation, there will be many forks in the road. We just want the spiritual plants growing inside, not the reward for passing the test. So the more disciples who enter the formation, the better. Mo Tiange asked again. From what you said, entering this magic formation won't be dangerous? Then why don't you let everyone enter? Luo Fengxue shook her head. The activation of this magic formation only depends on the cultivation level of the person with the highest cultivation level. If a core formation cultivator enters, its power will greatly increase, so it's best to let a group of cultivators in the same realm enter. In fact, we also thought about letting aura refining disciples enter in the beginning, but perhaps aura refining disciples weren't considered beginners in the Middle Ages, so they couldn't even enter the entrance of the magic formation. I see, Mo Tiange murmured. A well-preserved magic formation from the Middle Ages, with ancient spiritual plants growing inside, was a huge opportunity for Xianqing School's development. It was no wonder those martial uncles couldn't calm down, and directly summoned all the foundation-building disciples back. Luo Fengxue said, But Tiange, you still have to prepare some things. Although this magic formation doesn't hurt people, if you don't pass it, you'll be transported out. The spiritual aura needed to activate this magic formation is really too much. The martial uncles estimated that this kind of large-scale activation can only happen once every 50 years. Moreover, the reward this time is quite generous. Medicinal pills will be distributed according to the amount of spiritual plants you collect. The more tests you pass, the more spiritual plants you can collect, and the more rewards you'll get. I understand. Mo Tiange thanked him, then returned to Clear Spring Peak. Since this was the inside story, a disciple in the peak stage of the foundation building realm, like her, was definitely someone the school had high hopes for. In that case, she really had to prepare a bit more. After all, she couldn't lose her master's face. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian walked toward Shangqing Palace. Before he reached the entrance, he heard a voice coming from the entrance. Who are you? How dare you stop me? A domineering and arrogant woman's voice rang out. Mo Tiange was astonished. There was actually someone in Shangqing Palace who dared to make such a racket? Raising his head to look, he saw a woman in her 20s scolding the gatekeeper disciple in a domineering manner. Looking at her cultivation, she was only at the middle stage of foundation establishment. The disciple glared at the woman and said coldly, Who are you, senior sister? This is Grandmaster Jinghe's Immortal's Cave. Without being summoned, no one is allowed to enter. Even if they weren't elite disciples, those who were able to guard the door for their Grandmaster were the cream of the crop among the ordinary disciples. It would be strange if they weren't annoyed by this woman's arrogant attitude. Who am I? The woman pointed at her own nose and said angrily, I haven't been back for several decades, yet you already don't know who I am. Nevertheless, the gatekeeper disciple still refused to retreat even half a step. He stared at her coldly and said, Senior sister, please leave. If you keep acting like this, I'll have no choice but to drive you out. You. Upon hearing the word drive, the woman flew into a rage. But before she could get angry, the gatekeeper disciple saw Mo Tiange approaching. His smile changed and he said politely and respectfully, "Marshal Uncle Mo, you're back." Emotinga nodded and said, "In." She then walked inside. The gatekeeper disciple naturally wouldn't stop her. But just as Emotinga took a step, a shout came from behind her. "You're not allowed to enter." Emotinga turned her head. It was this arrogant woman. Before she could say anything, the gatekeeper disciple already shouted, "Senior sister, you can't be rude to Marshal Uncle Mo." The woman's face was completely red. She looked both angry and angry. Her gaze swept over Emotinga, but it was filled with hostility. "Who is she? Why can she enter?" The gatekeeper disciple said coldly, "This is Marshal Uncle Mo, Grandmaster's disciple. Of course she can enter." "What?" The woman was shocked. Her hostility towards Emotinga became even stronger. Emotinga didn't feel like saying anything. She just turned around and entered Shangqing Palace. No matter who this person was, her arrogant and domineering appearance was really annoying, so she didn't feel like paying attention to her. She bypassed the screen wall and stepped into the hall, only to see Lord Daoist Jinghe chatting and laughing with Weiyu and Qingxue. "Master," she called out. Lord Daoist Jinghe turned his head and said, "Oh." He then continued to say, "There was one time when Grandmaster saw an old woman in Shisha. She was really funny. Her face was obviously full of wrinkles, but she always held her orchid-shaped fingers and thought her beauty was unparalleled." As he spoke, he even imitated other people's orchid-shaped fingers and said angrily, "Hateful." Emotinga instantly had goosebumps all over her body. This master, doesn't he feel ashamed doing this kind of thing? Weiyu and Qingxue naturally didn't think so. The two of them giggled and even urged him, "Grandmaster, what else?" Emotinga's face darkened. "Master." Lord Daoist Jinghe finally looked her in the eye. He said with dissatisfaction, "Master, I'm talking happily. If you have something to say it later." Emotinga glared at Weiyu and Qingxue, signaling them to leave. Although Weiyu and Qingxue were reluctant, Marshal Uncle Mo's prestige from back then was still there, so they bowed and were about to leave. "Wait." Emotinga stopped them. "It's noisy outside. Go take a look. If there's nothing else, dismiss them." There was a formation at the door, so the two of them didn't know what was going on outside. Upon hearing what Emotinga said, they hurriedly answered, "Yes." After the two maids left, Lord Daoist Jinghe felt even more bored. He snorted and said, "What? If you have something to say it quickly." "Master, who's that person outside?" Weiyu and Qingxue were just maids, so they didn't dare to spread their divine senses at will. However, this was Shangqing Palace on Clear Spring Peak. She wouldn't believe Lord Daoist Jinghe didn't know anything about what was going on outside. "Oh, that girl." Lord Daoist Jinghe picked up a few peanuts and tossed them around. "Don't mind her. She hasn't made any progress in dozens of years. Let her get the cold shoulder for once." Although he looked like he didn't care, Emotinga saw the sadness in his eyes. Thinking of that woman's behavior and what the two of them said, she had a rough idea of what was going on. If that was the case, she shouldn't care about this matter, so she didn't say much. Instead, she asked, "Master, I heard from Fengxue that they called us back this time because a magic formation was found in the valley on the main peak. At that time, all the foundation building disciples are going to go in and collect spiritual plants, right?" "Oh, Fengxue told you?" Lord Daoist Jinghe finally looked at her. He pointed at the chair in front of him and asked her to sit down. "Then what do you think?" "Of course it depends on what Master thinks." Emotinga picked up a book on the small table and flipped through it. "Do you want me to show off my invincible might? Or do you want me to remain silent? Say it." Lord Daoist Jinghe was a bit interested in her appearance. "You're very confident. As your disciple, how can I not be confident?" What she said made Lord Daoist Jinghe very happy. "It seems you've made a lot of progress in the past 20-odd years. Tell me what happened." "Master, didn't you say I'd be fine as long as you felt my meridians, and I didn't need to ask anything?" Lord Daoist Jinghe glared at her. "Damn girl, don't say it if you don't want to say it." "Humph. There wasn't even a message from you for more than 20 years. Fortunately, I asked for your blood essence before I left. Otherwise, I would have thought you died outside. Emotinga said helplessly. I really almost died outside. It's not that I didn't want to send a message back, but I was trapped for 20 years and couldn't move. What could I do? Trapped for 20 years? Lord Daoist Jinghe raised his eyebrows, looking quite interested. What happened? What were you trapped by for 20 years? Thus, Emotinga roughly told him what happened in the past 22 years. In the end, when she mentioned Bishuan Court inviting her to be a guest elder, she asked, Master, what I did shouldn't violate the school's rules, right? In any case, I'm just a guest elder. I don't need to manage things. Lord Daoist Jinghe listened with great interest and waved his hand. You're just a guest elder of a small cultivation group. What's the matter? You said that devil cultivator can actually cultivate dead aura? Yes, and he can also use dead aura to attack. I remember when I first met him, he was only in the late stage of the foundation building realm. But after he was surrounded by dead aura, his cultivation level soared to the core formation realm, and his cultivation level even soared again in fights of magical power. Master, there's actually such an evil technique in this world? If that's the case, isn't the cultivation level of devil cultivators much higher than cultivators of the righteous path? Lord Daoist Jinghe frowned and pondered while shaking his head. No, that person isn't an ordinary devil cultivator. In the past, I've also been to the territory of devil cultivators. Although most of the devil cultivators' cultivation techniques are strange, and many of them are life-threatening, I've never heard of anyone cultivating dead aura. The person you're talking about is an anomaly, so the problem should be with his cultivation technique. Did you get the stone tablet with the cultivation technique recorded on it? Take it out and let me take a look. Emotinga paused for a moment then said, I don't dare to take it out directly. Master, please wait, I'll think of a way. In fact, she threw the stone tablet into the virtual sky world, so she couldn't take it out right away. Fortunately, Lord Daoist Jinghe didn't doubt her. All right. In addition, Master, can I prepare to form my gold core? Lord Daoist Jinghe said, It's fine as long as you feel it's right. When this matter is over, you can enter closed-door meditation. At that time, I'll take this opportunity to get you some medicinal pills. With your current cultivation level, I reckon you'll be able to reach the peak stage of the foundation building realm in 10 or 20 years. At that time, you'll be able to form your gold core steadily. Ha! My clear spring peak should produce another genius disciple. At this point he stroked his beard complacently. Emotinga was just about to say something, when she saw Weiyu coming in with a distressed expression. Weiyu shouted, Grandmaster, that woman is so unreasonable. Chapter 229. If she was really that woman, she'd certainly be unreasonable. Emotinga looked up and saw Lord Daoist Jinghe, who was smiling just a moment ago, saying faintly, Let her in. Grandmaster. Weiyu was dumbfounded, but she quickly reacted and said, Yes. Emotinga should have taken her leave, but she really wanted to watch the show, so she shamelessly ignored Lord Daoist Jinghe's gaze and stayed. He glared at her, but she didn't respond, so Lord Daoist Jinghe didn't feel like paying attention to her. Not long after Weiyu left, she saw the woman rushing in from the door. When she saw Lord Daoist Jinghe, her eyes turned red, and she ran towards him with a sobbing tone. Grandmaster. She ran to Lord Daoist Jinghe, knelt down with a plop, then grabbed his clothes and looked up with tears in her eyes. Grandmaster, Emotinga saw that Lord Daoist Jinghe's expression was indifferent at first, but when the woman knelt and cried in front of him, his expression slowly softened. In the end he sighed helplessly and gently pulled her up. Mingzhu, it's been so many years. Do you know your mistakes? While wiping her tears, the woman choked and said, Grandmaster, I know my mistakes. I missed you so much when I was outside, and I regret it so much. It's good if you really know your mistakes. Lord Daoist Jinghe let her sit next to him and said seriously, Tell me, where did you go wrong? The woman wiped her tears and said, I shouldn't have lost my temper. I shouldn't have fought with my fellow disciples. And she bit her lip. I shouldn't have stopped others from getting close to Senior Marshal Brother. And I shouldn't have had delusions. Grandmaster, I really know my mistakes. Don't let me stay outside alone again, okay? Senior Marshal Brother? Emotinga raised her eyebrows. Feng Shui shouldn't be wrong about what happened. Whether it was according to cultivation level or seniority, shouldn't she call him Marshal Uncle? Lord Taoist Jinghe's expression softened, and he said earnestly, "We cultivators should know the principle of the heart moving at will, and the mind maintaining tranquility. It's not that we shouldn't have affection or abandon the idea of love, but we shouldn't be obsessed and shouldn't fall into a demonic barrier. Do you understand this?" The woman lowered her head, crying as she nodded. Lord Taoist Jinghe originally wanted to say more, but upon seeing Emotinga's current appearance, he eventually shook his head and said, "You should have come back for the disciple gathering this time, so you can't be considered leaving without permission. Go back to your Zhili house. It's still the same as when you left." When Emotinga saw his face that was still shedding tears, she was instantly ecstatic. However, when she raised her head, she restrained herself a little. "Grandmaster, you're still treating me so well." Lord Taoist Jinghe reached out and stroked her head. There was nostalgia and sadness on his face. "You're the child I watched grow up. All right, you should go rest. When things are settled, you can go back to Yungang Mountain Courtyard." The woman was startled. "Grandmaster, I still have to return." Lord Taoist Jinghe smiled faintly, his face devoid of any extra expression. "You should go rest. You must be very tired after rushing back from such a long distance. If you have anything to say it later." The woman's expression changed. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she held back. She stood up and bowed. "Grandmaster, I'll be leaving first." Lord Taoist Jinghe nodded, then closed his eyes, looking like he was meditating. The woman had no choice but to clench her teeth and leave. When Emotinga saw the contemptuous and jealous expression on Lord Taoist Jinghe's face when he passed her, she picked up the cup of tea on the table, then lowered her head, and sipped it expressionlessly. When the footsteps disappeared, and the hall became quiet again, Lord Taoist Jinghe finally opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with sadness as he stared at the way the woman disappeared. This was the first time Emotinga saw this playful master of hers reveal such a sad expression. For a split second, she suddenly felt jealous of the woman who just left. Although her master never put on airs in front of her, and allowed her to be impolite, he never looked at her with this kind of gaze. Such a gaze when looking at a precious child. She knew that no matter how well her master treated her, in his heart, he probably still wasn't as good as that woman. Realizing what she was thinking, Emotinga smiled self-deprecatingly. 2 days ago, she was jealous of Jinji, but today, she was jealous of her master again. What was wrong with her? Not to mention that she shouldn't be obsessed with this. But why should Jinji and her master treat her more seriously? For more than 20 years, she wasn't the one who taught Jinji, and she wasn't raised by her master. "Tinga," Lord Taoist Jinghe suddenly said. Emotinga was stunned for a while before she finally looked up. "Master, do you know who she is?" Emotinga frowned slightly. "I think she should be Senior Marshal Brother Qingyuan's daughter." "Correct." Lord Taoist Jinghe wasn't surprised that she guessed it at all. He leaned back on his dragon chair, his gaze falling on the void. "That was more than 100 years ago. At that time, I hadn't advanced to the middle stage of the nascent soul realm for long. I wanted to go further on the path to immortality, so I often went out to look for fated chances. For this reason, several of my disciples also often put aside their cultivation to run errands for me. Although Qingyuan was my disciple, his aptitude wasn't very good. Back then, I saw that his aptitude was ordinary, but he cultivated diligently, so I took pity on him and accepted him as my disciple. That child was honest and always felt that he could form his gold core because I took care of him. So he respected me the most and always did his best to do things for me. One time, when Qingyuan went out, he accidentally encountered a 10,000-year-old tieli tree. He knew I wanted tieli fruits, so he went to pick them. Unexpectedly, there was an 8th-ranked demonic beast guarding next to the tieli tree. At this point, Lord Taoist Jinghe closed his eyes. I saw his longevity lamp go out, so I went to look for him, and found that he didn't even have a corpse left. Emotienga was stunned. An 8th-ranked demonic beast was equivalent to the early stage of the nascent soul realm. This senior martial brother was only in the core formation realm. So how could he defeat it? No wonder Master tolerated that arrogant grand disciple so much. It turned out that her father died for Master. Master, Emotienga whispered. You're telling me this because... Lord Daoist Jinghe showed a bitter smile. Do you think I don't know that child Mingzhu's personality? She lost her father when she was a child because of me. And I didn't teach her well. In fact, I really owed her. After I took her back, I spoiled her too much and fostered her arrogant personality. Although I knew she was in the wrong, I couldn't bear to discipline her until she attacked a fellow disciple. Emotienga once heard Luo Fengxue talk about this matter. Wei Jiaxi was seriously injured by this person, and the reason was only because Wei Jiaxi accepted an errand to serve senior martial brother Shoujing. The child she injured was Xuanin's disciple, and also my grand disciple. No matter how much I loved Mingzhu, I couldn't be too biased, so I had to punish Mingzhu heavily and ruthlessly control her. But I spoiled her rotten a long time ago, so she couldn't change no matter what. In fact, she even became worse and didn't know how to repent. I was extremely disappointed. In a fit of anger, I ordered her to go to a courtyard thousands of miles away from here, and told her that she wasn't allowed to return to the mountain without a summon. Emotienga listened in silence for a while, then asked, Master, do you want me to be lenient with her? Lord Daoist Jinghe stared at her, then said with a sigh, You're a smart person. You must have clearly understood what I meant just now. It's been 60 years since I ordered her to go to the courtyard. That child should have suffered a lot, but looking at her now, how could she show even the slightest bit of remorse? It's been 60 years. The disciples guarding the gate and my maids have all been replaced, so how could I possibly recognize her? She came back, but she didn't tell anyone to report to me and just kept pestering me. Emotienga carefully calculated in her heart. This nominal martial nephew of hers was probably 160 or 70 years old, right? Such behavior was indeed too willful. Although her master treated her gently just now, his attitude was distant. Moreover, her martial uncle was also present, but her master didn't let her greet him. Obviously, he didn't intend to let her come back. Thinking up to this point, Emotienga felt her jealousy was unreasonable. I understand. She'll only stay for a while. Even if she does something excessive, I'll just ignore it. Lord Daoist Jinghe felt slightly gratified. She was raised by me. Even your senior martial brother Shoujing can't compare to her. How could I not feel distressed seeing her come back like this? It's been 60 years, so if she knew she was wrong, I'd let her come back. But she missed this opportunity. Her attitude is still arrogant. Her cultivation level hasn't improved in the slightest, and she even learned to deceive me. For her father's sake, I won't treat her unfairly with medicinal pills or magic weapons, but she can forget about coming back to Mount Taikong in the future. Upon seeing the cold expression on her master's usually smiling face, Emotienga knew he was really angry. That woman was really stupid. She pretended to be tearful in front of her master, but she didn't know how to hide her expression. How could a dignified nascent soul cultivator be easily fooled? This kind of stupidity, thinking herself smart, was more terrifying than simply not being smart. Master, don't be too sad. This matter really can't be blamed on you. She grew up with senior martial brother Shoujing. But isn't senior martial brother Shoujing doing well? Whether it's the path of cultivation or the path of life, one has to walk on their own. If they don't make progress, what else can they do? Lord Daoist Jinghe shook his head. How could he not know Emotienga was trying to comfort him? Teaching in accordance with her aptitude. Master doesn't know how to educate a child. I always thought it was okay to spoil her a little since she was a girl. So she made mistakes again and again. Forget it. I've given her so many chances. But she didn't repent at all, and even learned to play tricks. Since that's the case, I'll let her stay in the other courtyard for the rest of her life. When she changes, I'll let her come back. Although he said that, Emotienga knew Lord Daoist Jinghe had given up. She didn't know whether she should feel jealous or sympathetic towards that woman. Her master said so many things, hoping she could be a little more tolerant. Obviously, he still loved her very much, but the implication was that he would let her spend the rest of her life in the other courtyard, and was too lazy to even remind her of her mistakes. No matter how much he loved a child, if she was unwilling to repent over and over again, his doting heart would eventually turn cold. After not seeing her for 60 years, he originally hoped she could change a little bit, but the result was still the same. How could he not be disappointed? Emotienga asked herself. If she were in his shoes, she probably wouldn't even want to see her anymore, let alone her master who treated her so gently. Her master usually didn't behave properly, but he was so sad because of her. It could be seen how much he loved her in the past, but she didn't know how to cherish her good fortune. This woman really wasn't pitiful at all. Chapter 230. What amused Emotienga was that another woman came to Shangqing Palace, and she was even the arrogant and despotic kind. Mei Mei Lan, Zhu Zhu, Qin Qi, Hua, and Hua. Those people finally understood her good points, so they immediately changed their personalities and ran to her every 2 or 3 days. Not only did they inform her, but they also fanned the flames. Afterward, not only did she know everything about this woman, but she also knew what she did every day, who she met, and why she got angry. This nominal martial niece was called Yuan Mingzhu. When senior martial brother Qing Yuan died, she was only 5 or 6 years old. At an age when she didn't understand anything, she was taken to her master's side and taught by him personally. At the same time, her master returned to the Qin clan in the secular world and took back senior martial brother Shoujing. The two of them were about the same age. They cultivated and lived together since they were little. One lived in Mingxin residence, while the other lived in the Zhili building next door. They could be said to be childhood sweethearts. After living together for several decades, Yuan Mingzhu naturally thought senior martial brother Shoujing would always be with her. Who knew that senior martial brother Shoujing actually had a dull personality? Normally, he always immersed himself in cultivation and ignored her good intentions. She was annoyed and wanted her grandmaster, who loved her, to make decisions for her. But it was useless for others to make decisions for her. As the two of them gradually grew up, the difference in their cultivation levels and temperaments became bigger and bigger. Senior martial brother, Shoujing, gradually stopped paying attention to her. If he wasn't immersed in cultivation, he would travel around and never stay in the cave. Yuan Mingzhu had long been accustomed to everything being hers. Whenever she wanted something, her grandmaster who loved her would immediately give it to her. How could she stand senior martial brother Shoujing ignoring her? The more she couldn't get something, the more she wanted it. However, the distance between them grew bigger and bigger as their cultivation levels fell apart. After they advanced to the core formation realm, senior martial brother Shoujing moved out of Shangqing Palace. Yuan Mingzhu didn't think she should cultivate diligently, but she kept making things difficult for the female disciples who worked for senior martial brother Shoujing. In the end, it finally led to a disaster. These words were passed to her by Xiu Qin and the others. They didn't like this senior martial sister Yuan, but they couldn't do anything because they were hindered by their grandmaster. So they hoped Emotienga would take the lead and teach her a lesson. Unfortunately, Emotienga didn't listen at all. She just immersed herself in her own business, making them very disappointed. Of course, she knew Yuan Mingzhu was very angry because her master wouldn't let her come back, so she kept causing trouble to the maids. However, she had already promised her master that she could only pretend to be deaf and mute. Besides, Yuan Mingzhu didn't provoke her, so why would she look for trouble with her? Since this matter didn't concern her, Emotienga had always been very calm. Martial Uncle Mo. I heard the senior martial sister Yuan calls martial uncle Shoujing senior martial brother. Emotienga, who was sitting in front of Mingxin Residence's pool, held Feifei in her arms and fed it. She uttered a nonchalant "N." Seeing that she didn't respond, Qingqi rolled her eyes and continued. I heard that Grandmaster wanted senior martial sister Yuan to change her way of addressing him. But senior martial sister Yuan refused even if she died. Martial uncle Shoujing didn't care either. Mo Tiange continued to calmly respond with an N. Xiuqin had no choice but to ask, Martial Uncle Mo, do you have any ideas? Mo Tiange fed a spirit fruit to Feifei, then let it wander on its own. She then said, I don't have any thoughts. Xiuqin and Qingqi looked at each other, unwilling to give up. Don't you think that senior sister Wan is too that? Unfortunately, Mo Tiange just stared at them with a faint smile on her face. It was only after she stared at them that she finally said, Then what do you want? Do you want me to teach her a lesson? Xiuqin and Qingqi chuckled, then whispered, This senior martial sister Wan is very dissatisfied with you, martial uncle. She heard that you're living in Mingxin residence now, and almost smashed her own house. Although she endured it in the end, she's been cursing you behind your back. Right. Qingqi took over the conversation. I heard everything that day. Senior martial sister Wan said you're just a foundation-building cultivator. So why did Grandmaster look at you differently? Why did you have to worship Grandmaster as your master? Why did you have to live in Mingxin residence? She also said that you think highly of yourself, and that Grandmaster likes her the most. While listening to Xiuqin and Qingqi's gossip, Mo Tiange flipped through the book in her hand. When she heard this, she finally looked up. Xiuqin and Qingqi were secretly delighted, thinking they managed to persuade her. Unexpectedly, Mo Tiange just said, Don't you think Master doesn't know you're gossiping here? Xiuqin and Qingqi paused, speechless. How could matters in Shangqing Palace escape Grandmaster's eyes? It all depended on Grandmaster's attitude. Mo Tiange smiled, then stood up and knocked on their shoulders with her book. Why are you paying so much attention to someone who's going to leave sooner or later? She thinks she's smart, so why are you so stupid? Xiuqin and Qingqi glanced at each other, and suddenly understood. They immediately smiled and said, Martial Uncle Mo, thank you for your advice. Mo Tiange waved her hand and said nothing, planning to go back to the cultivation room. But right at that moment, she heard a voice outside. Wow! What's this? It's so cute. Mo Tiange raised her head to look at the entrance of Mingxin residence and frowned. When Xiuqin and Qingqi saw this, they hurriedly walked out. Not long after, the voices of two people could be heard. Greetings to senior martial sister Wan. Wan Mingzhu's arrogant voice sounded as if they were calling her martial uncle. Senior martial sister Wan, Xiuqin said. This is martial uncle Mo's spiritual beast. Wan Mingzhu's voice rose slightly. Really? What kind of spiritual beast is it? How come I've never seen it before? Qingqi answered. This is a feifei. Martial uncle Mo found it in the Eastern Sea. It's very rare. Feifei? Wan Mingzhu obviously hadn't heard of it. She said happily. It looks like a raccoon. Its whole body is golden, so cute. Feifei's appearance could be loved by all women. Its whole body was golden, without a single strand of hair of other colors. It had round eyes, a pointed tail, and short limbs. It was also very intelligent. Even Xiaohua from back then couldn't compare to it in terms of cuteness. When Mo Tiange brought Feifei home, Qin, Qi, Shu, Hua, and the others came to look at it from time to time. Feifei had a gentle temperament and didn't get angry when they teased it, so it was very lovable. However, they knew Mo Tiange attached great importance to this spiritual beast, so even if they were teasing it, they were still careful. Now they cautiously reminded her, Senior martial sister Wan, Feifei is a second-rank spiritual beast. Of course I saw it. Wan Mingzhu answered unhappily. After a while she said, This is martial Uncle Mo's? Where is she? When she called martial Uncle Mo, she was very reluctant. When she asked where she was, she didn't seem to respect her at all. Qingqi said, Martial Uncle Mo is in Mingxin residence. Senior martial sister Wan, do you want to pay a visit? Pay a visit. Wan Mingzhu seemed to dislike this word. After a while she finally said, All right. Mo Tiange thought Wan Mingzhu would let Xiuqin and Qingqi come in to report, but in the end, the door of Mingxin residence was immediately knocked open. Eldest young Miss Wan Mingzhu directly walked in with Feifei in her arms. Mo Tiange frowned. She saw Feifei in her arms. With a single thought, Feifei immediately broke free, jumped out of Wan Mingzhu's arms and ran towards her. Hey! Wan Mingzhu shouted. Why are you running? She was about to chase after her. Emotinga held Feifei with a faint gaze. Is there a problem? Seeing Feifei jumping into Emotinga's arms and ignoring her, Wan Mingzhu glared at her angrily for a while before she finally remembered her master. She slightly curbed her sloppiness and said, Martial Uncle Emo, can you give me this Feifei? Although it was a question, from the way she addressed Feifei to the content, there wasn't the slightest sincerity. From beginning to end, she didn't even salute. Emotinga said, This is my contractual spiritual beast. I'm afraid I can't. Upon hearing her refusal and seeing her cold attitude, Wan Mingzhu immediately raised her brows and shouted, Then cancel the contract. Emotinga still had no expression, but Xiuqin and Qingqi cried out in alarm. Senior martial sister Wan. In Kunwu, spiritual beasts generally recognized their masters before they were hatched. This kind of contract usually couldn't be cancelled in their entire lives. If they wanted to cancel it, the master's blood essence would be damaged. Wan Mingzhu didn't know that the contract between her and Feifei was a subordinate contract and not a master recognition contract, but she said it as if it was a matter of course. Unexpectedly, she didn't care about Feifei's loss at all. Wan Mingzhu, on the other hand, was completely unaware of this and continued to ask, How is it? Did you promise me? Emotinga wrinkled her brows and said slowly, Feifei doesn't give it away. You. Upon hearing what she said, Wan Mingzhu's expression changed greatly. Perhaps because she recalled that things were no longer the same as before, her expression changed for a long time. But in the end, she endured it and said, Martial Uncle Mo, if you give me your spiritual beast, I'll ask Grandmaster to compensate you, okay? Her tone made the three people raise their eyebrows. Qingqi couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, Senior martial sister Wan. Grandmaster always grants Martial Uncle Mo every request. Whatever Martial Uncle wants, you only need to tell Grandmaster. These words, however, had the intention of showing off. Whatever Martial Uncle wanted, he could just ask Grandmaster. Why did he need her to ask? Wan Mingzhu's expression changed. Qingqi's words obviously put her in a difficult position. She originally wanted to endure it, but in the end, she couldn't hold it anymore and said angrily, Grandmaster has always doted on me. Isn't it just because I wasn't here for 60 years? You actually dare to look down on me. What's the big deal about a disciple who came in halfway? Do you think she's more important than me? The corners of Emotinga's lips curled up. She was very clear about her master's attitude. In terms of importance, she indeed couldn't compare to Wan Mingzhu in her master's heart. However, her master wasn't an unreasonable and biased person who didn't care what Wan Mingzhu said. Besides, her master had clearly given up on her now, so how could he still indulge her? This Wan Mingzhu, she was already more than 100 years old, but she still had this kind of personality. She really didn't know where she'd been living all this time. Xiuqin and Qingqi didn't answer. It wasn't appropriate for two maids to say this kind of thing. However, they also didn't want to swallow their anger, so their gazes kept sweeping over Emotinga. Finally, Emotinga opened her mouth, living up to everyone's expectations. She said slowly, Martial nephew Wan, I won't give this spiritual beast to anyone. If you want it, go and ask your Grandmaster yourself. Wan Mingzhu originally called her Martial Uncle Mo, out of reluctance. Now that she heard Emotinga calling her Martial nephew Wan, as if it was a matter of course, she was extremely annoyed. Moreover, when she heard Emotinga stubbornly refusing to give Feifei to her, her anger burned even more fiercely. You. Wan Mingzhu glared at her for a while, then said angrily, Don't regret this. She then turned around and walked away. Seeing Wan Mingzhu leaving in anger, Xiuqin and Qingqi both looked as if their hatred had been vented. However, they heard Emotinga say slowly, You too. Oh, I mean the 16 of you can stop worrying. Don't think of using me to deal with her, so you can vent your anger. Shangqing Palace's affairs have never been concealed from you. I'll also be honest, she won't be staying here for long, so for Master's sake, don't trouble her anymore. Is it really necessary to deal with someone who's already been abandoned by Master? Chapter 231. Grandmaster. Wan Mingzhu ran into the main hall of Shangqing Palace crying. Lord Taoist Jinghe was joking with a smile, but when he saw her coming in, his expression disappeared and he said faintly, "What happened?" With tears in her eyes, Wan Mingzhu said, "Grandmaster, I didn't do it on purpose. I just thought Martial Uncle Mo's spiritual beast was very interesting, so I wanted to ask her for it. I didn't want to make her angry." Lord Taoist Jinghe slowly frowned. And then, Wan Mingzhu lowered her head to hide the hatred in her eyes. Martial Uncle Mo seemed very angry. Wan Mingzhu looked up and saw Lord Taoist Jinghe sitting on the dragon chair leisurely picking up a cup of tea. Mingzhu. And she didn't understand Grandmaster's attitude. Lord Taoist Jinghe looked at her indifferently. Tiange always treasures the things around her. Although you want a spiritual beast, she views it as a partner, so she's unwilling to give it to you. Wan Mingzhu was stunned. She didn't expect Grandmaster to react like this. Lord Taoist Jinghe continued to say, "If you have nothing else to do, go back and cultivate. You're not young anymore. You still have several decades. If you can't form your gold core, it'll be difficult in the future." Wan Mingzhu was startled when he suddenly mentioned core formation. "Grandmaster, don't you want to form your gold core?" Lord Taoist Jinghe looked at her with a sharp gaze. "How can I form my gold core if I have so many things in my heart? Tiange is much younger than you, and she wandered from place to place when she was young. She's already in the late stage of the foundation building realm now, and will soon reach the peak stage of the foundation building realm. What about you? I've personally taught you since you were a child. You succeeded in building your foundation at the age of 21, so you should be a proud child. Why are you still in the middle stage of the foundation building realm now that you're more than 170 years old? What have you been doing for the past 60 years? Why haven't you made any progress?" Lord Taoist Jinghe's expression became stern. Wan Mingzhu's heart trembled and she stuttered, "Grandmaster, the spirit vein in Mount Yungang is too lousy. Cultivating there has no effect at all." "Really?" Lord Taoist Jinghe still looked at her like that. "What about the medicinal pills I sent you all these years? Although I didn't call you back, Grandmaster has never deducted your portion. Even if you forcefully eat medicinal pills, 60 years should be enough for you to reach the peak of the middle stage, right?" Wan Mingzhu lowered her head, not saying anything. Lord Taoist Jinghe's expression softened again. He said softly, "All right, don't think about unrelated matters. Cultivate properly. This time, the sect has summoned the disciples back to the mountain for something important. If you can do it well, it will only be beneficial to you." Wan Mingzhu was silent for a long time before she finally answered honestly, "I understand, Grandmaster." When she rushed out of Shangqing Palace, Wan Mingzhu's face was completely red. She saw the gatekeeping disciple looking at her with a probing expression and a hidden hostility in his eyes. So she said angrily, "What are you looking at?" Being berated by her, the disciple retracted his gaze. He didn't scold her back, but a look of disdain appeared on his face. "You!" Just as Wan Mingzhu was about to lose her temper, she remembered this was the entrance of Shangqing Palace, so she clenched her teeth and endured it. With a wave of her hand, she tossed her flying magic tool into the air. Seeing her leave, the disciple who was guarding the door let out a soft harumph and mumbled, "She really thinks she's something." Wan Mingzhu flew to an uninhabited mountaintop. After looking at it for quite a while, she finally confirmed that was her destination. She landed on the ground and walked towards the well-hidden cave abode. Senior brother, are you there? I'm Mingzhu," she called out twice, but she didn't hear a reply for a long time. So she continued to call out, "Senior brother, come out and meet me. I'm Mingzhu." After another long while, the door of the cave finally opened. She was overjoyed. Just as she was about to rush out, she was startled and her expression darkened. "Who are you?" The person who opened the door and came out was Yi Zhenji. When he saw Wan Mingzhu, he was also stunned. "Who are you?" Wan Mingzhu's expression darkened. She looked inside and asked, "Where's my senior brother?" Yi Zhenji touched his head then said strangely, "Are you new here? Did you come to the wrong place?" This is my senior brother's cave. Wan Mingzhu glared at him. Brat, who are you? Why are you in my senior brother's cave? You're not my aunt. How could there be a senior brother of yours here? Although Yi Jinji had a good temper, since the other party's tone was so harsh, he didn't hold back. You should quickly leave. Although my master is amiable, he'll also get angry if someone is so rude. Master? Wan Mingzhu stuck her head out to take a look. A hint of a smile finally appeared on her face. You're my senior brother's disciple, right? Tell him I'm Mingzhu, he'll know. Seeing that Yi Jinji didn't move, Wan Mingzhu shouted again. Quickly go. She really didn't hold back when she ordered people around. Yi Jinji was an honest man, so he didn't get angry. He merely frowned and said, Who's your senior brother? My master's cultivating. He'll get angry if you disturb him for no reason. You. Just as Wan Mingzhu was about to get angry, she heard a familiar voice coming from inside the cave. Jinji, let her in. Wan Mingzhu was delighted. Senior martial brother. She then rushed into the cave. Hey! Yi Jinji became even more confused upon seeing her like this. Who in the world was she? After Master, didn't Grandmaster only accept my aunt as his disciple? Where did this person pop out from, and call Master senior martial brother? However, since Master said so, it wasn't good for him to say anything. He closed the cave, then slowly walked back to the hall. After thinking for a moment, he didn't go back to his own cultivation room. Instead, he sat next to Xiaohua, who was curled into a ball and cultivating, pretending to look after the spiritual beast. In fact, Xiaohua was already a third-rank spiritual beast. Its cultivation level was always higher than his, so it didn't need him to look after it. During this time, Xiaohua had been immersed in cultivating. Master said it seemed it was going to make a realm breakthrough again, so he didn't send it back. The door to his master's cultivation room wasn't closed. Yi Jinji pricked up his ears to listen to the movements inside. Senior martial brother. Wan Mingzhu was extremely excited to see Qin Shi. She rushed towards him with tears in her eyes. Senior martial brother, I finally get to see you again. Qin Shi, who was still cultivating, opened his eyes and faintly glanced at her. Mingzhu, whether it's in terms of cultivation level or seniority, you should call me martial uncle instead of senior martial brother. Wan Mingzhu was stunned for a moment, then a sad expression appeared on her face. Why? Why are you and Grandmaster treating me so coldly when I finally come back? It's been 60 years, can't you two forgive me? These are two different things. Qin Shi's tone was still cold, almost devoid of any emotion. In the past we were young, so we let you call me whatever you want. But times are different now. You and I aren't children anymore. You should understand what you should do. But senior martial brother will always be my senior martial brother in my heart. Wan Mingzhu blurted out. If my father wasn't Grandmaster's disciple and Grandmaster didn't accept me as his disciple, we'd be fellow apprentices. But that's the truth, Qin Shi said. It's been 60 years, yet you still haven't understood this principle. Don't blame Master for treating you coldly. Although his tone was calm, his words weren't polite at all. Wan Mingzhu was stunned again. All of a sudden, she lowered her head and cried bitterly. After crying for a while, she said while sobbing, I really don't understand. I don't understand what I did wrong. Why are you and Grandmaster treating me like this? Didn't I just injure a disciple? We weren't the only ones fighting in the school, and that person was fine. You and Grandmaster left me alone in Yungang branch. That place was so remote, and everyone ignored me. I lived a very bitter life there. If she was crying and complaining in front of Lord Taoist Jinghe, she might have received some words of comfort. However, the person who was listening to her was Qin Shi. He was expressionless, as if the person crying in front of him was a wooden person, and he himself was also a wooden person. Wan Mingzhu couldn't cry anymore, so she could only wipe her tears. With reddened eyes, she looked at him and pleaded softly, Senior martial brother, I finally came back. Can you ask Grandmaster not to drive me away? I won't cause trouble again. I'll listen to you in the future, okay? Qin Shi didn't say anything. It was as if he didn't hear anything. Wan Mingzhu waited for a while, but she couldn't help but say, Senior Marshal Brother, Senior Marshal Brother, did you forget? When you first came, you always stayed in the back mountain alone. Every time, it was me who went to look for you before you were willing to come back. Speaking of the past, Qin Shi's gaze finally moved. Wan Mingzhu thought he would soften his heart, but she still heard his cold voice. What's the use of saying this? If you were the Mingzhu from back then, how could Master let you go to the branch alone, and not let you come back for 60 years? Wan Mingzhu was dumbfounded. She said anxiously, Senior Marshal Brother, don't you have any feelings for me now? We grew up together for almost 100 years. Don't you have any feelings for me? Qin Shi stared at her and said quietly, I told you long ago that I only have the great Tao in my eyes. I don't think anything else is important. I don't have the things you want, so why do you have to force me? Senior Marshal Brother, Wan Mingzhu shouted. She stared blankly at his wooden expression, and tears rolled down from her eyes. I don't want you to respond to me. I only want you to be like before, to call me affectionately, to give me pointers on my cultivation, to chat with me when you're free. Is this also too much? Wan Mingzhu's tone was sorrowful when she said this. There was no arrogance or despotism. There was only the pain of not being able to get what she wanted. Qin Shi suddenly felt pain. He felt like a certain part of him was touched. But he soon calmed down and said with a calm voice, Mingzhu, you still don't think you're wrong? Wan Mingzhu lowered her head then angrily shook her head. Isn't it just injuring a disciple? For us cultivators, what's the big deal about injuring one or two people? Haven't you and Grandmaster killed a lot of people? I still haven't. It's not because you injured someone. Qin Shi interrupted her. You should strive to get what you can, but you should give up what you can't get. Because you can't get what you want, you vent your anger on others, and even attack your fellow disciples. Don't you think your state of mind is already twisted? Master indulges you too much. Indulges you so much that you want everything. But how can you get everything in this world? If you didn't have Master, what could you get? His tone was very flat, but the meaning behind his words was very strict. He stared at Wan Mingzhu without the slightest fluctuation in his gaze. Mingzhu, I'm not Master. I won't teach you what's right and what's wrong. But I know that you and I are two different people. Even if we grew up together, we still can't walk together in the end. Don't be stubborn. Chapter 232. Wan Mingzhu silently walked out of Qin Shi's Immortal's cave then flew back to Shangqing Palace without saying a single word. At this point, he had already said what he wanted to say. Anything else was meaningless. As soon as she walked out of the cave, Yi Zhenji impatiently rushed into the cultivation room. Master. Qin Shi sat cross-legged, maintaining his cultivation posture. He didn't even open his eyes. Have you heard enough? Yi Zhenji scratched his head then chuckled. I wasn't eavesdropping. I just happened to see Xiaohua. I didn't say you were eavesdropping. Qin Shi opened his eyes and cast an indifferent glance at him before lowering his gaze again. What are you feeling guilty about? Yi Zhenji didn't know what to say, so he could only step forward. Master, who's this? Why did she call you senior brother? Didn't Grandmaster only accept Aunt as his disciple after you? Qin Shi said, she's your martial uncle Qingyuan's daughter. Her name's Wan Mingzhu. According to reason, you should call her senior martial sister. After he finished speaking, he looked up at Yi Zhenji. What else do you want to know? Just say it directly. There's no need to hide it. I still want to know what's going on with this senior sister. Did she like Master? What did she do this time? Why didn't Grandmaster let her come back? This pile of questions made Qin Shi silent for quite a while. Yi Zhenji waited for a while, but he didn't hear any reply, so he called out again, Master? Qin Shi stopped his mind wandering and slowly said, Mingzhu is my playmate since childhood. When I was brought to Mount Taikong by your martial ancestor, I was only 8 years old, and Mingzhu was only 5 or 6 years old at that time. Her father, your martial uncle Qingyuan, had passed away. Your martial ancestor took pity on her, so he brought her with him. At that time, Mingzhu was actually a very cute little girl. I had an eccentric personality, and didn't like to interact with others. Mingzhu was afraid that I would be lonely, and would always pull me to play with her. I have always treated her as a younger sister. Because of senior martial brother Qingyuan, my master treats Mingzhu even better than he treats me. Master had very high expectations of me. But to Mingzhu, no matter what she wanted, master would give it to her. Then at some point in time, Mingzhu slowly changed. When we grew up and built our foundation, Mingzhu started to become unreasonable, overbearing and paranoid. After I built my foundation, I often went out. When I returned to the mountain, I closed my door and cultivated. I didn't have much contact with her, so I didn't know her personality would become so terrifying. Later on, when I reached core formation, Master bestowed me with another immortal's cave, so I moved out of Shangqing Palace. At that time, I was still too young. I was so engrossed in cultivation that I didn't want to take any disciples. If there were any chores, I would pick a few from the disciples of my senior brothers and sisters to do. I don't know why Mingzhu always makes things difficult for these disciples. Occasionally, I would bump into her and scold her a few times. She would agree to it, but the next time, it would be even worse. She did it again and again, and I gradually disliked her. Upon hearing this, Yizhenji couldn't help but interrupt. Master, at that time, did you know senior martial sister Wan liked you? Hearing such a straightforward question, Qinshi raised his head and glared at him. You still remember that I'm your master? Yizhenji chuckled. Master, I'm just telling the truth. Anyone with eyes can see that senior martial sister Wan likes you, so you don't have to feel embarrassed. Qinshi frowned. Brat, who did you learn to talk so much? I remember that your aunt doesn't like to talk. Yizhenji said. It's because both aunt and you don't like to talk that I have to talk a lot. Otherwise, how boring would it be? He then changed the topic again. Master, did you know or not? Qinshi had no choice but to say. At first, I didn't know. Later, I heard her talking to someone else, so I learned about it. Then Master, what was your reaction at that time? What reaction? Qinshi was indifferent. Since I wouldn't respond to her, I naturally didn't know. Yizhenji looked at Qinshi's face and studied it for a long time before he said, Master, the person who likes you is really unlucky. Qinshi still looked indifferent. Even if she's unlucky, it's none of my business. Are you done asking? No. Yizhenji immediately shouted. Master, then why hasn't senior martial sister Wan been around for the past 60 years? What did she do to hurt others? Faced with these endless questions, Qinshi sighed. If it was someone else, he wouldn't answer, and would just drive them out. But this was his disciple, his only disciple. He was also wondering if he was too good to Xinji, that this brat didn't have any sense of seniority in his eyes. Although he thought so, he still answered the question. At that time, a female disciple under your Grandmaster Xianin was working in my immortal's cave. Mingzhu was jealous, so she took advantage of my absence and attacked that disciple, severely injuring her. Killing fellow disciples is strictly prohibited by the school rules, but the reason was such a trivial matter. So your Grandmaster was furious and personally punished Mingzhu. But Mingzhu didn't repent. So your Grandmaster ordered her to leave Mount Taikong and go to a remote courtyard. Unless she was summoned, she wasn't allowed to come back. After he finished speaking, Qinshi cast him a sidelong glance. It's fine if you've heard this, but you're not allowed to spread it. Yizhenji cleverly promised. Of course. I've always followed Master's orders. As he spoke, a spiritual beast whose whole body was fiery red walked in noiselessly. Xiahua. Yizhenji picked it up. Aren't you advancing? Why are you still in the third rank? Xiahua squeaked. Qinshi looked at it then said. It failed its advancement. Advancing was never easy, even if Xiahua had eaten a lot of medicinal pills these years. Yizhenji's eyes shifted. Master, since Xiahua finished its advancement, should I take it back? Qinshi closed his eyes and pretended to continue cultivating. If you want to go, then go quickly. Yizhenji didn't say anything else. He carried Xiahua and slipped out of the cave, flying towards Shangqing Palace while muttering, such an interesting thing. I must tell Auntie. Unfortunately, after he sent Xiahua back and excitedly mentioned it to her, Mo Tiange only replied with one sentence. I know. Yi Zhenji's eyes widened. Huh. Auntie, where did you know? Mo Tiange looked at him amusedly. Did you forget? This Shangqing palace has 16 old aunts and 6 old women. Oh. Yi Zhenji scratched his head. That's true. Xiuqin and the others are so bored every day, so they should have found out long ago. Mo Tiange looked down at Xiaohua in her arms, and was a bit surprised. This is Xiaohua. It became like this after advancing? The original Xiaohua didn't have such beautiful fur. With its current appearance, it didn't look like the inferno beasts that could be seen everywhere in Kunwu. Yi Zhenji said. I also don't know why it became like this. When Xiaohua advanced to the 3rd rank, it seemed to have become a different spiritual beast. Master said it might have mutated. Mutated? Yi Zhenji also didn't seem to understand. Master said Xiaohua ate something, so its physique is different from ordinary inferno beasts. I'm not very clear about the rest. Mo Tiange seemed to be lost in thought. Xiaohua was always thrown into the virtual sky world by her, so it must have eaten some messy spiritual medicine inside to mutate. Squeak squeak. A ball of golden fur appeared at the door of Mingxin residence. When it saw the red fur in Mo Tiange's hands, it immediately ran over and jumped, trying to take back its position. Mo Tiange reached out and grabbed Feifei with her other hand to avoid trampling on Xiaohua. When Xiaohua saw this ball of golden light, it immediately stood up in Mo Tiange's arms and widened its eyes. Upon seeing this, Yi Zhenji called out, Auntie, what's this? This is Feifei. Mo Tiange watched as the 2 spiritual beasts looked at each other curiously. Then Xiaohua took a step forward, wanting to occupy more space. Feifei, unwilling to be outdone, also stood up. The 2 spiritual beasts, one golden and one red, stared at each other in an unfriendly manner. Huh, they're going to fight? Yi Zhenji, who was excited to see the 2 spiritual beasts kill each other, was glared at by Mo Tiange. Xiaohua stared at Feifei for a while. Perhaps because its cultivation level was higher than Feifei's, and it shouldn't lose its demeanor, it held its head high, jumped down from Mo Tiange's arms and barked at Feifei. Feifei was delighted to see it jump down on its own, but when it saw Xiaohua's provocative look, it understood and also stared at Xiaohua. Xiaohua stretched out its paw and scratched the air, seemingly threatening it. Feifei stared at it for a while, then also jumped down from Mo Tiange's arms to confront Xiaohua. The 2 spiritual beasts stared at each other and circled each other, seemingly choosing where to attack. Yi Zhenji, who was very excited, asked, Auntie, is this also your spiritual beast? What kind of abilities does it have? Can it beat Xiaohua? Mo Tiange was hesitating whether she, as the master, should go and mediate the fight, but when she heard Yi Zhenji's question, she thought for a while and said, Feifei's ability is special. I don't think I've seen it fight. In Bishuan court, she heard that Feifei's generally didn't have any attack power, but they had strange abilities that prevented demonic beasts from taking the initiative to attack them. But what she saw now was clearly Xiaohua provoking Feifei, so how would Feifei respond? As for Xiaohua, it advanced to the 3rd rank and mutated. It should have a special ability, right? The 2 spiritual beasts didn't know their unscrupulous master deliberately wanted to see them fight each other. After circling around for a while, Xiaohua made the first move. It breathed sun-real fire from its mouth, burning Feifei's golden fur. It could be imagined that if this fire burned Feifei's golden fur, it would turn into charcoal. After all, this was sun-real fire, which could be used to calcine all kinds of spiritual plants and objects. There were very few that couldn't be melted. Nevertheless, Feifei nimbly leaped up, avoiding the extreme fire-real fire. It shouted, then raised its paw, releasing a misty ray of light from its palm which shone on Xiaohua's head. Then Xiaohua stopped casting its technique. Its head slowly drooped and its eyes started to become blurry. Yi Zhenji said in surprise, Bewitching technique? Upon hearing his voice, Xiaohua sobered up from its daze. It glared at Feifei and growled angrily. It then waved its paw and once again pounced on Feifei with sun-real fire. Feifei was startled. It raised its head to cast a glance at Yi Zhenji, then turned around and ran. The 2 spiritual beasts, one in front and one behind, started chasing each other in the courtyard. Water splashed everywhere from the front of the house to the back, and the medicinal fields were trampled into a mess. Auntie, upon seeing this, Yizhenji hurriedly said, the spiritual plants are ruined. Mo Tiange was very interested in watching. If they're ruined, then they're ruined. Xiaohua was obviously much more ferocious than before. Although Feifei's cultivation level wasn't as high as Xiaohua's, its bewitching technique was quite special. Chapter 233. The two spiritual beasts caused a huge ruckus, trampling on Mingxin residents to an outrageous degree. Xiuqin and Qingqi, who lived nearby, ran over to take a look. Their faces turned green. Martial Uncle Mo, she was here. But they were the ones cleaning up Mingxin residents. Mo Tiange raised her hand to stop them. Wait a minute. Xiuqin stomped her foot. If we wait any longer, the house will be burned. What Xiaohua sprayed was sun-real fire, so the fence was already burning. Mo Tiange never liked to deliberately torment others. Seeing Xiuqin and Qingqi anxiously running around in circles, she felt bored. But she still used her divine comprehension to call back the two spiritual beasts. Feifei had a contract with her, but Xiaohua had a mysterious connection with Mo Tiange because of the virtual sky world. Now that Xiaohua received her divine comprehension, it fiercely chased after her for a while. When it saw Feifei jumping into her arms, it wagged its tail, ran over, and lay on her lap motionlessly. Okay, you two can't fight in the future. You have to be as close as brothers, understand? As she lectured them, she took out 2 medicinal pills and fed them. She thought maybe she should also establish a spiritual beast contract with Xiaohua. Feifei didn't care about it. It ate countless spiritual plants and spiritual medicines in the virtual sky world these days, so it just happily took her medicinal pills. Xiaohua's eyes widened when it saw the medicinal pills. Unexpectedly, Mo Tiange hadn't been back for more than 20 years, so its medicinal pills had long been finished. After feeding Xiaohua several medicinal pills, she watched as Xiaohua ran into the living room, found a corner, and curled up to cultivate. She then turned around and asked Yizhenji, when did Xiaohua make a realm breakthrough? Yizhenji thought for a while then said, about 15 years ago, when I was about to finish feeding it medicinal pills. Then how come it's already in the peak of the 3rd rank now? Mo Tiange was puzzled. If it finished its medicinal pills, it shouldn't be able to cultivate so fast, right? Yizhenji answered. I told Master about this, and he never forgot to concoct medicinal pills for Xiaohua all these years. Mo Tiange thought for a while then asked in surprise, did you show Xiaohua's medicinal pills to your master? Upon hearing Yizhenji's answer, Mo Tiange became anxious. Didn't I tell you that the medicinal pills I gave you, whether it's for you or Xiaohua, can't be shown to other people? Upon seeing her furrowing her brows, Yizhenji was alarmed. Auntie, it wasn't me who showed it to Master. It was Master who saw Xiaohua eating medicinal pills, so he took it over to have a look. However, he was still puzzled. Master didn't do anything after he saw it, so what happened? Did your master see anything? Mo Tiange calmed down and cast a glance at Xiuqin and Qingqi, who were busy tidying up the medicinal fields. They didn't pay any attention to her at all. What did he say? Tell me his reaction in detail. Although Yizhenji was puzzled, he still explained everything in detail. Master looked at that medicinal pill for a long time. I was also worried that something might have gone wrong. But in the end, Master only said that he also knew how to concoct this medicinal pill. He also said he'd let him study this pill, and that he'd return the bottle to me. He is my master, how could I dare to say no? Moreover, Master didn't say anything was wrong, so I felt relieved. At this point, Yizhenji asked cautiously, Auntie, what's the problem with the medicinal pills in the end? Can't we let others know? Mo Tiange broke out in a cold sweat. What should she say? Luo Fengxue once said that senior martial brother Shoujing's pill concocting skills were the best in Clear Spring Peak. Even Master couldn't compare to him. So how could he not see that there was something wrong with that medicinal pill? That medicinal pill was only an ordinary beast spirit pill for spiritual beasts. but its ingredients were spiritual plants that were at least 1,000 years old. Who would use 1,000-year-old spiritual plant to concoct a beast spirit pill? Ordinary people could only use it for a few dozen years at most, or 100 years at most. She took a deep breath and tried hard to calm herself down. Then did he ever see the medicinal pills you took? Yi Zhenji answered no. Although Master was curious why my aptitude wasn't high, but my cultivation speed was fast, he didn't ask me about it. Mo Tiange sighed in relief, then cautiously reminded him again. Remember, no matter what medicinal pills I give you in the future, you mustn't let others see them, not even if it's an accident like this. Although Yi Zhenji didn't understand, he still nodded in the end. I understand. He thought for a moment, then asked worriedly. Auntie, will it be okay if Master finds out? Mo Tiange shook her head. You should go back first. Let Auntie think about it. Oh. Yi Zhenji obediently left. Mo Tiange stared at his back with a gloomy expression. The secret of the virtual sky world must never be known by others, not even by her master, who treated her like his own son. Who in the cultivation world could resist the temptation of a garden full of spiritual plants? Not even deification cultivators. But did he know? Mo Tiange wasn't sure at all. If he knew, did Master know? Thinking about this possibility, she began to sweat. Carefully thinking about what happened after she came back, Master seemed very normal. He didn't show any special emotions, and Xiuqin and the others were also very normal. Presumably, even if that person realized something was wrong, he still hadn't told Master, right? In addition, seeing a medicinal pill couldn't explain more problems. Maybe he just had doubts in his heart. After all, who could guess the truth? But no matter what, it wasn't a good thing if this matter was leaked. After thinking for a while, Mo Tiange stood up and decided to probe that Master's intentions. Just as she stepped out of Mingxin residence, she saw a person standing there. It was that martial nephew Yuan. Mo Tiange already knew she was outside, so she didn't bother to greet her. She just pretended she didn't see anything and walked forward. In any case, Wan Mingzhu as a junior should be the one to greet her first. Wan Mingzhu did greet her, but the tone of her greeting was really unpleasant. Stop. Mo Tiange thought for a moment, then stopped obediently. Martial nephew Wan, what's the matter? Wan Mingzhu's expression changed. In the end, she asked, what's the relationship between you and that boy? Which boy? Mo Tiange raised her eyebrows. Wan Mingzhu stamped her feet. The boy who just went out. My senior martial brother's disciple. Your senior martial brother's disciple? Mo Tiange shook her head inwardly. In any case, Zhenji is my senior martial brother's disciple, right? Although she thought so, she still looked calm on the surface. You mean Zhenji? He's my nephew. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Your nephew? Wan Mingzhu's expression was unsightly. How could he be your nephew? Mo Tiange thought it was funny, so she smiled. Why can't he be my nephew? Martial nephew Wan, you're meddling too much. When she said the words martial nephew Wan, she deliberately emphasized her tone to remind this arrogant woman that she was her master's proper disciple. You! Wan Mingzhu was infuriated, but her lips trembled and she couldn't say anything. Since she promised her master she wouldn't cause trouble for her, Mo Tiange didn't want to continue provoking her. So she said, I still have something to do, so I can't chat with you, martial nephew. Right after she said that, she left Wan Mingzhu behind and minded her own business. Wan Mingzhu didn't know whether she was angry or bitter, but she just stood there motionlessly. When she reached the main hall of Shangqing Palace, Lord Taoist Jinghe was leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. There wasn't a single maid around him. Mo Tiange walked towards him. Master. Lord Taoist Jinghe opened his eyes, then closed them again. Is something the matter? It's nothing. I just haven't been back for more than 20 years, so I wanted to chat with Master. The corners of Lord Taoist Jinghe's lips curled up into a smile. Did Mingzhu provoke you? Mo Tiange shook her head. Even if she provoked me, I'd pretend I didn't see it. She's just a child who can't grow up. What's the point of bickering with her? Upon hearing what she said, Lord Taoist Jinghe's eyes revealed a sad yet gratified expression. In the end, I didn't lead you astray. Emotienga chuckled then asked. Master, I find it strange. Why is she so fixated on Senior Marshal Brother Shoujing? With Senior Marshal Brother's temperament, it's fine if it's other people. But to her, wouldn't Senior Marshal Brother's personality be boring? Lord Taoist Jinghe smiled bitterly. How could she really like him? It's just that she can't get him. So she wholeheartedly wants him. I can only blame myself for spoiling her like this. She must get whatever she wants. Finally, there's one thing she can't get with great difficulty. So she fell into a demonic barrier. Speaking up to this point, he thought in his heart, wasn't that brat also like this in the beginning? If he hadn't encountered that deification cultivator, he probably wouldn't have this kind of thought about Emotienga. At most, he would only have a slightly favorable impression of her, right? However, two deification cultivators suddenly appeared in front of him, causing his favorable impression to fall through, so he became obsessed. The more he couldn't get her, the deeper his obsession became, and in the end, he fell into a demonic barrier. As for what that brat liked about Emotienga, he probably couldn't say it himself. It turned out he only admired her, paid attention to her, and was only curious about her. If there were no other factors, maybe he would have been like this in this lifetime. Or maybe after several hundred years, this kind of feeling would have slowly faded. However, something like that happened again, causing him to fall into his own psychological trap. The more he couldn't get her, the more he paid attention to her. The more he thought about her, the more he couldn't bear to part with her. Some feelings couldn't be counted clearly, and some feelings didn't even have a beginning. Emotienga was scared by Lord Taoist Jinghe's gaze, and that terrifying thought appeared again. Does Master really know? Is this a test? After a long time, Lord Taoist Jinghe withdrew his gaze. Don't worry about Mingzhu. When this matter is over, let her return to the branch courtyard. She can't stay here anymore. Emotienga breathed a sigh of relief. His tone didn't have any abnormalities. She thought for a while then asked, Master, is Senior Marshal Brother Shoujing going to form his nascent soul soon? When this matter was brought up, Lord Taoist Jinghe looked worried and hesitated a bit. He's already in the peak stage of the core formation realm, and the materials for forming his nascent soul have long been prepared. According to reason, he can indeed enter closed-door meditation to form his nascent soul. Seeing that Lord Taoist Jinghe looked worried, Emotienga couldn't help but ask, Does Master think there's a problem? It's hard to say. Lord Taoist Jinghe shook his head. I always feel this brat will encounter a big problem when he forms his nascent soul. But he's determined and can't be stopped. A big problem? Emotienga thought silently. Master has long said he's too anxious, but why didn't he have this kind of problem before? What's the reason that makes his mental state have a problem that even Master thinks is difficult to deal with? Fine, I'll let him form his nascent soul, Lord Taoist Jinghe said faintly, but the worry in his eyes didn't fade away. That child has always been stubborn, and he's always had his own ideas. If we don't let him go, I'm afraid he himself won't be reconciled. When he fails, he'll naturally deal with it. Chapter 234. Failure? I haven't even started forming my nascent soul, but Master already thinks I'll fail? Emotienga was speechless for a long time. She couldn't explain her feelings. After a long time, she said, Master, when I met the two deification seniors, I got a batch of spiritual plants that were several thousand years old. Because I couldn't use them with my current realm, I kept them. If Senior Marshal Brother Shoujing needs them, he might as well use them to concoct medicinal pills. I think they'll help him form his nascent soul. Lord Taoist Jinghe looked up at her, with an inexplicable expression in his eyes. Several thousand years old spiritual plants? A batch. Nowadays, spiritual plants over 1,000 years old aren't easy to get. Are you willing to give them to me? Emotienga chuckled. Ever since I came to Xianqing School, the school has never been stingy with the disciples they give me. It can be said that most of the treasures I have now come from the school. If I didn't have a school and a master, I'd be nothing. If Master thinks it's necessary, I'm naturally willing to give them to you. Oh, Lord Taoist Jinghe looked disappointed or gratified. He thought for a while and shook his head. No need. That brat has always been cautious. I've also examined him, and I've prepared more than enough. If he still fails, it can only be said that his luck is bad. Besides, you should also prepare for your core formation. I remember that your pill concocting skills are also passable, right? Emotienge hesitated. Disciples' pill concocting skills are mediocre. Lord Taoist Jinghe smiled. Girl, you're too modest. I know your pill concocting skills are definitely better than the concoctions masters in the school, since you've never gone out to find a concocting master to refine pills for you. I'll prepare dustless pills and other things for you to form your gold core. But it'll take you 10 to 20 years to cultivate, until you reach the peak stage of the foundation building realm. Whatever you need to prepare, do it yourself. If there's anything you can't think of, just tell me. Thank you, Master. Emotienge was very grateful. This master was never stingy when it came to external things. Although the school had its own rules that dustless pills and other things could be distributed to disciples in the peak stage of the foundation building realm, since Master said he'd get her more than one set. Lord Taoist Jinghe thought for a while then said, You don't have to go all out on the magic formation on the main peak. I've gone inside to explore it. It's very powerful. Although it's not life-threatening, you'll inevitably suffer some injuries. Right now it's more important for you to form your gold core, so don't get injured if you can. If you're almost there, don't advance. Otherwise, the gains won't make up for the losses. Got it? After a while, she asked again, Master, I want to form my gold core, so you let me travel outside first. What about senior martial brother Shoujing? Why is it that after being in seclusion for more than 30 years, you still don't need to go out before forming your nascent soul? Lord Taoist Jinghe was playing with a small magic weapon in his hand. When he heard what Emotienge said, he raised his head and looked at her playfully. I say, why do you seem to be asking about that brat today? You weren't so nosy before. Emotienge's eyes shifted, but she soon said, Master, you're thinking too much. Isn't that because Jinji's following him now? If senior martial brother Shoujing can form his nascent soul, Jinji's status will rise accordingly. Really? Lord Taoist Jinghe cast her a sidelong glance. Right now, Jinji was only in the early stage of the foundation building realm. If he wanted to reach the middle stage, it would take him at least 10 to 20 years. He was very far from the core formation realm. So did he need a nascent soul master? Of course. Emotienge insisted. Master, quickly tell me. Lord Taoist Jinghe answered carelessly. That brat can handle everything by himself. In fact, with his mental state, forming his nascent soul shouldn't be a problem. If he didn't have a mental barrier, I wouldn't be worried. Mental barrier? It's nothing. Lord Taoist Jinghe immediately smoothed things over. The most important thing in soul formation is the inner demon. Many people simply don't realize they have an inner demon, which leads to their failure in soul formation. This brat was so impatient, so he's obviously trapped by a mental barrier. That's why I'm worried. Emotienge could naturally tell Lord Taoist Jinghe wasn't telling the truth. However, this was an important matter, so it was normal for him not to tell her. The most important thing was that she talked about this in a roundabout way, because she wanted to see whether senior martial brother Shoujing mentioned that medicinal pill to her master. Now, it seemed her master's reaction was very normal. He probably didn't. In addition, she mentioned the 2 deification cultivators. If they asked in the future, she could explain the source of the medicinal pill's materials. With that thought in mind, she found an excuse to leave. Xiaohua just burned the medicinal fields. I'll go see if Xiuqin and the others have finished cleaning. Didn't you want to talk to Master? Why are you leaving after saying a few words? I'm done. Emotienge didn't even look back and walked towards the back. Lord Taoist Jinghe was left muttering. These children. Each one is stranger than the other. Emotienge regained her cheerful mood after realizing everything was fine. She walked towards Mingxin residence, but she found Ruan Mingzhu still standing there. This woman, who Emotienge thought was arrogant and despotic, was currently dazed. She stared blankly at the maids bustling about inside Mingxin residence, her gaze filled with disappointment. Wan Mingzhu seemed startled to see her coming. Seeing as she didn't seem to want to greet her, Mo Tiange didn't say anything and was about to enter Mingxin residence. Behind her, Wan Mingzhu suddenly called out, "Martial Uncle Mo." Her voice didn't contain any other emotions, so it sounded a lot cuter. Mo Tiange turned around. "Martial Nephew Wan, is there something wrong?" Wan Mingzhu bit her lip. After hesitating for a long time, she finally said, "Martial Uncle Mo, would you like to come to my Jili building?" Mo Tiange was stunned. She almost thought she heard wrong. Is this really Wan Mingzhu? When she heard me call her Martial Nephew Wan, she didn't show any emotions at all, and even asked me to come to her building with a slightly pleading tone. "Martial Uncle Mo?" Wan Mingzhu shouted again, her pleading tone becoming stronger. They don't want to talk to me. I just want to talk to someone." Mo Tiange turned around to look at her courtyard. Xiuqin and the others were still busy. It wasn't a big deal if they got dirty. They could be fixed with a few small spells. However, the two spiritual beasts also trampled on the medicinal fields just now, so it would probably take some time to deal with them. She muttered to herself for a moment then said, "All right." Wan Mingzhu was delighted to hear that. She stood up and led the way. "Martial Uncle Mo, let's go." Mo Tiange followed behind her. While walking toward Jili building, she was on guard. Although she didn't think Wan Mingzhu could do anything out of line, she was, after all, a famous domineering master who dared to do anything. Jili building wasn't far from Mingxin residence. It was also a similar small courtyard, but the things inside were much more luxurious. Wan Mingzhu invited Mo Tiange inside, then clumsily led her into the small hall and asked her to sit down. Mo Tiange saw that Wan Mingzhu didn't make the slightest mistake in this matter, so she was obviously well-mannered. It was just that she was used to being domineering and didn't want to do it. Seeing that Wan Mingzhu also sat down but didn't even have a cup of tea, Mo Tiange was somewhat speechless. Although foundation building cultivators like them were above the common people, drinking tea was a kind of habit and was also the way to treat guests. Martial Uncle Mo, sitting in front of her, Wan Mingzhu lowered her head. "I've been away from the group for 60 years. The place I live in is also remote, so I don't know anything about the group. Can you tell me?" Mo Tiange asked faintly. "What do you want to know?" Wan Mingzhu raised her head and looked at her. "For example, when did you enter the group? Why Grandmaster accepted you as his disciple, and so on." Mo Tiange shook her head. "I've been in the group for almost 40 years. As for why he accepted me as his disciple, you might as well ask your Grandmaster himself." Wan Mingzhu stared at her with a strange expression. "Could it be that your aptitude is extraordinary? What was your cultivation level when you entered the group?" "So. Mo Tiange answered perfunctorily. "When I entered the group, I hadn't built my foundation yet. When I entered the group, my master bestowed me a foundation building pill, so I succeeded in building my foundation." 40 years. Wan Mingzhu mumbled. From the aura refining realm to the late stage of the foundation building realm in 40 years. Grandmaster, no wonder. Mo Tiange watched as Wan Mingzhu's expression changed. She seemed to be struggling fiercely in her heart, so Mo Tiange said faintly, "Martial Nephew Wan, everyone has their own fate. It can't be forced." What Mo Tiange said made Wan Mingzhu suddenly lose control. She slammed the table and said loudly, "Are you sure I'm inferior to you?" Mo Tiange raised her head and stared coldly at her. Realizing her attitude, Wan Mingzhu hastily smiled. "Martial Uncle Mo, I'm sorry. This young lady actually knew how to apologize to others?" Mo Tiange raised her brows. "It's nothing. What else did Martial Nephew Wan say? If you're done, I'm going back to Mingxin residence." "Martial Uncle Mo, don't go." Wan Mingzhu begged again. I was just in a daze just now and said the wrong thing. Don't leave me alone." Mo Tiange found Wan Mingzhu's pitiful and unconcealable jealousy and hatred very funny. "Then what do you want to say? Just say it quickly." Seeing as Mo Tiange's expression softened, Wan Mingzhu finally remembered to pour a cup of tea for her. She bustled about in a flurry before a cup of tea was delivered to Emo Tienga. "Marshal Uncle Emo, drink some tea." Emo Tienga nodded. She stared at the tea with a slight frown on her face. This young miss almost flipped the table over just to pour tea. But she unexpectedly couldn't even do this kind of thing. Emo Tienga couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If she were Lord Daoist Jingha, she really wouldn't know what kind of headache she'd have. "Marshal Uncle Emo," Wan Mingzhu, who was sitting across from her, said weakly with her head lowered. "I really don't understand. Why does everyone say I'm wrong?" "Fine, I'm really wrong, but why didn't they say I was wrong before? No matter what I did, Grandmaster never said I was wrong. Now that I'm saying it, he's no longer willing to pay attention to me." She looked distressed. "I don't understand. I really don't understand. They're all unwilling to pay attention to me. What should I do? I've been in Yungang for 60 years. Every day I wanted to come back. Every day. I waited for Grandmaster to call me back, but he never did. When the school finally sent me a summoning talisman, I came back. But they're all unwilling to pay attention to me." At this point, she buried her head in the table and started to sob. Emo Tienga watched for a while, then couldn't help but sigh. "Marshal Nephew Ruan, have you ever thought about relying on yourself?" Wan Mingzhu stopped crying. Emo Tienga continued to say, "Why must Master and Senior Marshal Brother Shojing pay attention to you? In Yungang's branch courtyard, no one cared about you, and no one treated you harshly. You obviously could have cultivated properly, couldn't you?" Wan Mingzhu raised her head in a daze. "They're all ignoring me. What's the use of cultivating? What's the point?" Emo Tienga simply didn't know what to say. Could it be that you're cultivating just to make other people pay attention to you? Wan Mingzhu looked bewildered. Emo Tienga felt helpless and amused at the same time. This woman was obviously more than twice her age. But why did she feel like she was educating a child? Could it be that you yourself don't feel the joy of cultivating at all? Then what's your purpose in life? To just live? To act recklessly? To let Master pamper you? And then wait for one day to pass away? If you don't even know what you want to do, how can you find joy in living? Chapter 235. After talking with Wan Mingzhu, Emo Tienga couldn't sit still anymore, so she went back to Mingxin residence. Xiuqin and Qingqi moved quickly and had already tidied up the medicinal field. When Emo Tienga returned, she saw that the courtyard was empty. Xiaohua was curled up in the corner of the small hall, cultivating, and Feifei was walking back and forth around Xiaohua, looking very curious. Feifei was her contractual spiritual beast. Since she told her not to make things difficult for Xiaohua, she wouldn't do anything to it. Xiaohua was willing to let Feifei stay so close to it while cultivating, so it seemed he didn't want to hurt it. After thinking for a while, Emo Tienga closed the courtyard door, opened the defensive formation, and made an illusion in her room. She then grabbed Xiaohua and Feifei and brought them into the virtual sky world. Xiaohua stopped cultivating, seeing the virtual sky world it hadn't seen for a long time. It ran happily to look for the spiritual plants it liked in the past. Upon seeing this, Feifei hurriedly ran after it for fear that the things it liked would be taken away. The two spiritual beasts fought while running. After a while, they realized the things they liked were different, so they were no longer hostile toward each other. Emo Tienga was in a daze for a while when she realized the two of them were already rolling around together. Seeing this scene, Emo Tienga couldn't help but laugh. The feelings of spiritual beasts were really simple. If they liked it, they liked it. If they hated it, they hated it. They were fighting just now, but now they were playing around. And back then, Xiaohua was often left here alone by her, so it was always lonely. Now that it had Feifei, it should be happier. As she thought about it, she thought about the mess outside. The medicinal pills she concocted for Xiaohua were discovered by Qin Shojing. Zhenji had a master, that troublemaker Wan Mingzhu, and master only said half of what he wanted to say. She rubbed the space between her eyebrows, feeling confused. Now, she was sure her master didn't know about the medicinal pills, but she wasn't sure whether that senior martial brother Shojing suspected her or not. Anyway, she already told her master that even if he came to find her, She'd just pushed the blame to Zhong Muling. Speaking of which, they hadn't seen each other for more than 30 years, right? For her, it really wasn't a short period of time. Until today, she finally realized she was a sentimental person. Even after more than 30 years, she hadn't completely forgotten him. After letting her imagination run wild for a while, she shook her head, collected her thoughts, and began to cultivate. The 6th of June was not far away. Although her master said that she did not need to do her best, it was better to be prepared. With his mind focused on cultivation, a few days passed by quickly. When Xiuqin and the others came to summon her, it was already the 6th day of the 6th month. On this day, all of Xianqing School's foundation building disciples gathered on the main peak. Xiuqin and the others were no exception. Mo Tiange saw many familiar faces in the crowd. Han Qingyu, Wei Jiasi, Luo Fengxue, Yi Jingwen, Kuang Zhu, Zhan Bai. With such an important matter at hand, no one was in the mood to chat. They greeted each other and stood in line. Han Qingyu and the others were in the same group as Mo Tiange. Luo Fengxue leaned against Mo Tiange and chatted with her. Mo Tiange looked around and unexpectedly found Bai Yanfei in her group. After thinking for a while, she finally understood. Her group should be the one with the highest status among the foundation-building cultivators. Everyone was a disciple of a nascent soul cultivator, so Bai Yanfei was naturally here. After several decades of not seeing each other, Bai Yanfei had become a lot calmer. Although he still looked arrogant, he wasn't as frivolous as before. What made Mo Tiange feel relieved was that ever since she arrived, Bai Yanfei didn't even glance at her. It seemed he no longer had any feelings for her. Interestingly, there was a young girl standing not too far from Bai Yanfei. From time to time, she would glare at him with an angry expression. However, Bai Yanfei pretended not to see anything and didn't even bat an eye. Luo Fengxue, who noticed Mo Tiange's gaze, came over and whispered, "You should know this junior martial brother Bai, but you've never seen that junior martial sister Jiang, right?" Mo Tiange also whispered, "So that's junior martial sister Jiang from Peak of Drifting Clouds. I think she's not bad. Although she's not an outstanding beauty, she's still pretty and pleasant." "Yes," Luo Fengxue chuckled. "In terms of appearance, junior martial sister Jiang isn't bad. Unfortunately, her personality is similar to our senior martial sister Wan." Although Lord Taoist Xianyin had already established his own group, Luo Fengxue still called him by his old address. Mo Tiange cast a sidelong glance at the other group. Seeing that Wan Mingzhu was in low spirits and didn't have any of her usual arrogance, she smiled and said, "It seems you really don't like that senior martial sister Wan. It'd be strange if I liked her." Luo Fengxue curled her lips and said, "Although second senior martial sister's personality isn't good, she's never harmed people. She harmed second senior martial sister so miserably, so how could I possibly like her?" Speaking of this, Mo Tiange looked at the solemn-looking Wei Jiasi. To her surprise, Wei Jiasi also advanced to the late stage. Senior martial sister Wei made a realm breakthrough? Luo Fengxue said, "Senior martial sister Wei finally understands. She's already more than 100 years old now. If she doesn't strive to form her gold core as soon as possible, it'll be difficult for her in the future." At this point, Luo Fengxue asked her again, "Tiange, how did your cultivation level advance so fast? We built our foundation together, but I'm still in the early stage while you're already in the late stage. Doesn't this mean that after several decades, you'll be a whole realm higher than me?" Although she loved power, she wasn't lazy when it came to cultivating. Every day, she would spend half of her time cultivating. Mo Tiange shook her head and said, "You know, right after I built my foundation, I obtained a fated chance and directly advanced to the middle stage. Now that more than 30 years have passed, it's not strange for me to advance to the late stage. Besides, aren't you already in the peak of the early stage? The only thing you're missing is a realm breakthrough." "That's what you say, but who knows?" Luo Fengxue wasn't in the mood, so she changed the topic. "In fact, we all secretly said that junior martial sister Jiang would definitely suffer in the future. With martial uncle Lingxiu supporting her, she's naturally a favored one, but when it comes to aptitude, she's actually about the same as us. She and junior martial brother Bai Jinyang are indeed taking advantage of her when she performs dual cultivation. Martial uncle Jinyang did this to appease Drifting Cloud's peak. Mo Tiange said, if martial uncle Lingshu passes away, what will happen to Drifting Cloud's peak? Martial uncle Lingshu advanced to the nascent soul realm nearly 1,000 years ago, and Drifting Cloud's peak is full of his disciples and grand disciples. Luo Fengxue curled her lips. That's why Drifting Cloud's peak urgently needs another nascent soul cultivator. Otherwise, senior martial brother Danning wouldn't be so anxious to form his nascent soul instead of traveling. Alas, in my opinion, it'll be difficult for senior martial brother Danning to form his nascent soul now. Although Luo Fengxue was a foundation-building cultivator, she was the chief steward of Sweet Dew Peak, so she knew a lot more than ordinary foundation-building cultivators. Upon hearing this, Mo Tiange couldn't help but ask, did you hear this from martial uncle Xianin? Luo Fengxue said, Master did say that, but martial uncle Shoujing. She hesitated for a while before continuing, I'm afraid it's also difficult. Then why do you want them to enter closed-door meditation to form their nascent souls now? Mo Tiange was puzzled. Forming a nascent soul isn't like forming a gold core. It's very dangerous. If they fail to overcome their inner demons, it's also possible that they'll die. Luo Fengxue shook her head. Who doesn't face danger when forming their nascent soul? Even my master struggled through it. If he fails, it's also fate. She paused for a moment, then said with a smile, in fact, I think martial uncle Shoujing will succeed. With martial uncle Shoujing's temperament, he must do everything perfectly before continuing to the next step. Mo Tiange didn't say anything. Luo Fengxue didn't know, but she knew her master wasn't optimistic at all. Right, I should call him senior martial brother Shoujing now. I'm not used to it, but in any case, I'll have to call him martial uncle soon. Luo Fengxue patted her head and said, I changed the subject again. What did I say just now? I was talking about junior martial sister Jiang. Mo Tiange reminded her. Oh, I'll make a bet with you. In the end, junior martial sister Jiang will still marry junior martial brother Bai. Do you believe me? Mo Tiange smiled. If I make a bet with you, wouldn't I be looking to lose? In the whole Xianqing school, who's more well-informed than you? Of course. Luo Fengxue was proud of herself. She didn't forget to lower her voice. Last time, because junior martial brother Bai refused, junior martial sister Jiang wreaked havoc in Morning Sun Peak. In my opinion, junior martial sister Jiang most likely still has a good impression of junior martial brother Bai. Because of this, junior martial brother Bai's refusal made her feel embarrassed. Unruly junior martial sister Jiang, and arrogant junior martial brother Bai. This combination made Mo Tiange laugh. If that's really the case, we'll have a good show to watch every day. Who said it wasn't? Luo Fengxue chuckled. Besides, junior martial brother Bai actually doesn't have any moral integrity. Although he refused, what if martial uncle Jinyang insisted that he and junior martial sister Jiang perform dual cultivation? Junior martial sister Jiang can be considered beautiful, so he'll definitely give in. At this point, Luo Fengxue curled her lips. In my opinion, martial uncle Jinyang is the one who benefits the most. Now that he let junior martial brother Bai and junior martial sister Jiang form a dual cultivation relationship, everyone thinks he's kind. But this matter definitely won't only benefit Peak of Drifting Clouds. Senior martial brother Danning's chances of successfully forming his nascent soul aren't high, and there aren't many other Peak of Drifting Clouds disciples who have a chance. But junior martial brother Bai's chances of forming his nascent soul in the future are very high. When junior martial brother Bai forms his nascent soul, he can enter Peak of Drifting Clouds. How great would that be? Mo Tiange was silent for a while, then said, but with junior martial brother Bai's current cultivation level, he'll need at least 200 or 300 years to form his nascent soul, right? During this time, our Xianqing school might have more than one nascent soul cultivator. At that time, wouldn't Peak of Drifting Clouds be divided? Luo Fengxue was stunned. You're right. Aya, Even if that's the case, Martial Uncle Xinjiang won't lose anything. Let's not talk about forming your nascent soul. Let's talk about forming your gold core. In the past few years, many fellow disciples have reached the late stage of the foundation building realm. I reckon the medicinal plants gathering in the magic formation this time will be very competitive. Tienga, you have to be careful. Mo Tienga was puzzled. Why do I have to be careful? Luo Fengxue said. Although there are a lot of spiritual plants left behind from the distant past era inside the magic formation, all of them have to be handed over. When the time comes for you people to form your gold cores, the school will still have to distribute the existing medicinal pills. There are only so many medicinal pills in total, so if you people divide them among yourselves, think about it. If you take a little less, others can take a little more. Is there anyone who doesn't want you to gather a lot of spiritual plants? This reasoning was indeed correct. Mo Tienga asked, will someone attack me? They won't go that far. The school rules forbid fellow disciples from killing each other. Luo Fengshue's gaze swept over the crowd. But it's very possible that they'll trip you up and stop you outside. She never expected that the school task she didn't take seriously would actually have risks. Fortunately, her master already told her that protecting herself was more important. Come, there are some people you have to be careful of. I'll point them out to you. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.